Hi everybody, happy ComFest! My name's Rini Viola. Hi everybody, happy ComFest! My name's Rini Viola and I am a Yamana body rolling practitioner. Hi everybody, happy ComFest! My name's Rini Viola and I am a Yamana body rolling practitioner and teacher trainer, and this is my first time performing at ComFest. My original idea, of course, was to do an interactive sort of pop-up workshop / demonstration to talk a little bit about what Yamana is and how it can help you in your body. So this work is amazing for people that have aches and pains. That can be severe aches and pains that have led to injury or restriction, or it can just be nagging little issues that have bothered you for some time. I typically work with people that have experienced chronic pain or injury and have gone through all of their rehabilitation, physical therapy work, and are still dealing with issues. I work with a lot of different kinds of people, spanning from sedentary people to very active people. So the Yamana work is really excellent for everybody. It's adaptable for everybody. And I just would really love for you to experience it. So it's a shame that we can't be together today in person, because I was going to bring my equipment to the stage and pass it out to everyone to just give it a shot. So it's going to be a little bit different, a little bit shorter today, because it's going to be mostly just you watching me and listening to me talk. So I'm going to just kind of go through a couple of basic routines that are adaptable to everybody, and hopefully it'll give you an idea of what Yamana is, how it could help you in your life, and how it can make you feel more joy in all of your movement. So just a quick little brief history lesson. Yamana body rolling falls under the blanket of a concept called body sustainability. And the idea is that our bodies do not have to necessarily break down as we age. If we are practicing these sustainability techniques, we will reduce the likelihood of injury, and we will be able to do whatever it is that we love to do for longer. So if you're an avid runner or a dancer or a couch potato, you can do all these things as long as you want to do them, as long as you're practicing maintenance and damage control in between. So we do use something called a Yamana ball in this practice. These are patented Yamana balls that are different from sports balls. So I want to urge you to not use any sports balls for this practice. At best, they won't really do much in it. The worst case scenario is they could actually injure your body. So the reason these are different from typical sports balls that people sometimes use for rolling, such as lacrosse balls or tennis balls, I've even heard people talk about using golf balls. As you can hopefully see here, these balls are a little bit more buoyant than a typical sports ball. They have quite a bit of give to them. They're squeezable. And the reason is so that our body can conform to the ball, so that our body can actually relax into the ball rather than resist against the ball. If you pop a hard lacrosse ball or something that doesn't have a give to it into a muscle or a soft area of your body, your first instinct is going to go kind of grip up and kind of resist that ball. And so what these do, they actually encourage your body to invite the ball in, penetrate through many layers of soft tissue and muscle, and actually make its way to the bone. So the first and foremost concept behind this work is bone stimulation. So we sink our weight into these fairly soft balls to stimulate the bone underneath all of the soft tissue. Once we have gotten the bone to wake up, then we can start to work the soft tissue. We can start to create space between the joints. We can loosen the muscle attachments right at the point where they connect to the bone, and then we can begin to iron out the muscle. So I'll go ahead and get started here. I'm going to share with you today just a couple of basic foundation Yamana routines. So if you've done this work before, this will look familiar to you, and if you haven't, hopefully this will look delicious to you, like something that you want to try. So the first thing I'm going to do is get out my trusty little assistant here. This is Skelly. Skelly is old and falling apart a little bit, but it's very helpful to see the structure that we're working with. So what we're going to start with is just doing a little bit of hip work, opening up the hip joints, stretching out the leg muscles. And as you can see here, hopefully, get closer, we have these two bones that are commonly referred to as the sit bones. They are the bones that you can feel when you are sitting down. So if you kind of rock side to side, you can feel those two bones protruding out. These are the bones where many muscles kind of intersect, attach, originate, and namely the hamstrings is what we'll focus on right now. So the muscles that go down the back of the leg start right here. So in the Yamana work, we always work anatomically from origin to insertion. So what we're gonna do is actually loosen the hamstring muscle right at the sit bone and then iron it out down the leg. So let me get started here. I'm gonna start with the larger ball, the one that I already showed you. And I'm gonna place it right under my sit bone. So I'm gonna show it from the side, and I'll turn around in a second so you can see where it is on me. So you can see it's pretty far back. It's way back into my glute area. If you see it from the front view, you can see I am not on my tailbone. So I'm way off to the side. Here's my tailbone. I'm way off to the side. So it does feel a little off balance at first. I'm gonna start by just waking up the bone. So I'm gonna move a little bit forward, a little bit back, a little bit side to side. The idea here is that I just want to give a little bit of encouragement to the muscle, let it know that I'm about to kind of roll right into it. So after I've done my warming up, I'm gonna actually circle the sit bone. So what this is doing is it's manually wriggling the muscle loose right at the origin. Actually, I should say that it's the tendon here that we're working with. So we're working with the hamstring tendon to loosen it up right where it starts at the bone. And I'm sort of outlining the bone with the ball. And the image that I like to use is the face of a clock. So as you're circling, if you think about 12, 3, 6, 9 as kind of your main points, let's also think about rolling through the other numbers, the more in between numbers, the 1 and 2, 4 and 5, 7, 8, 10 and 11, and so forth. And you'll probably find that it's tempting to maybe not hit all of those numbers. And if that's the case for you, that's a sign that you're not actively using your full range of motion on a regular basis. So this is gonna help you find that full range of motion and access it. After you've done about 5 circles or so, you're gonna reverse and go the other way. And then we're ready to go into the hip joint. So the hip joint is a 360-degree operation here. We're gonna go into the back of the hip joint, the part behind the leg. So you can see here, I'm right on that sit bone. I'm going to make sure that my leg is relaxed. I'm not gripping or tightening against the ball. I'm gonna take a breath in. As I exhale, I'm gonna drop my weight straight down. So it's really important that I really drop my weight into the ball before I start to iron out the muscle. Then I'm gonna roll the ball a little bit forward. So now I'm off my sit bone, and I'm now in the space between my thigh and my sit bone. My thigh is going this way, my sit bone is going that way. I want to widen the space between the thigh bone and the sit bone, invite the ball in, create room for the muscle to actually lengthen and unwind. So here I am right in the home of the hamstring tendons. It's a little bit more intense here. I'm gonna use my hand on top to give myself a little assist. I'm gonna wrap my leg down around the ball. It gets more intense here. I can feel the connections all the way down to my knee, past my knee, even into my toes. So it just goes to show right off the bat how everything in our body is connected. What happens here affects what happens down here, and that's true throughout the whole body. So I'm gonna now do a little bit of what we call cross fibering. And that's just an intersection of the muscle fibers. So in this case, the muscle fibers are running vertically from hip to knee, and I am going to intersect those fibers in order to sort of peel them apart a little bit. We tend to get adhesions where we have tension. So muscle tendon can get stuck to fascia, fascia can get stuck to bone, any combination thereof can get stuck together, and that restricts our range of motion and our ability to perform. So what we do here is intersect those muscle fibers and gently peel them apart, freeing the adhesions, making room for the hamstrings to actually do their job. Now, if we were gonna do a whole class, if we were in person, I probably would take the time to iron it out all the way down the leg. And we would do some sort of zigzagging through the side of the leg, all the way to the front of the thigh. And we would do this all the way down the leg to the knee. Since we do not have time to do it all together today, I'm going to hop off the ball, stretch my legs out, And I'm not sure if you can see this, you probably can't see this on the camera, but the leg that I just worked is actually considerably longer. I'd say about like that. And the reason is not because my bone magically grew, of course. The reason is because I have now dropped my thigh bone out of my hip. So now there's not this sort of locked up feeling of my thigh bone being glued into my hip joint. Now I have space around the back of it. My thigh bone can just drop right out of the hip joint and the muscle can lengthen to its full length. Now in the real world, we would do both sides. We would never do just one side because you don't want to walk around all day with one leg longer than the other. For today, because I don't think it'll translate well to just do an entire class on video, for today I will do just the one side, just to give you an idea of what we can do with this work. The next thing I would like to share with you is a roll up the spine. So there's work that we can do for every single part of the body, literally every part of the body. So that includes the feet, that includes the jaw, that includes the organs, that includes the rib cage, and everything else that you can possibly think of. So there are hundreds of routines. As a certified practitioner, I'm required to get recertified every 2 years to learn the new work that Yamana has created, which makes me realize that I should probably give you a little history of who Yamana is, and I'll do that at the end of this little session here. So the next one I want to show you, as I mentioned, is rolling up the spine. Let's get Skelly back out. So for this one, we're going to create space between the vertebrae. So we're going to start all the way down at the tailbone, roll the ball up the spine, all the way to the skull. As we go, the ball will sort of hook under each individual vertebra and lift it up from the last. Once again, creating space, allowing all the muscles that attach here, and there are many, allowing them all to spread out, to widen, to breathe, and once again, to function more optimally. So, for this one, I'm going to put Skelly up here so I have more space. Move these balls out of the way. There are other sizes of balls, as you can see here. The small ones are great for really small joints, like the shoulder joints or into the neck, things like that. And then there's a few slightly bigger ones too. But today I'm just sort of using my go-to favorites, which is this ball, and I might show a little bit with the black balls. So first I'm going to take the ball way down here. I'll turn around so you can see. I'm going to take the ball way down here at the base of the spine, the area that we call the sacrum. And I'm just going to allow myself to sink into the ball and relax. This feels pretty supportive here. So it's almost like I have a little chair back to lean into. And I'm just going to get used to this feeling of sinking my weight into the ball. So my hands can be various places. In a class setting, I would give you lots of different options to make it easier or more difficult depending on what it is you're craving. So for me right now today, I'm going to have my hands right here. I'm thinking of keeping my shoulders relaxed and thinking of keeping my head in line with the rest of my spine. And I'm just going to take a few breaths. And every time I exhale, I want to feel a sense of really surrendering to the ball. Finally, I'm going to take my exhale, which will allow me to move. So as I exhale, I'm going to put my weight into the ball and move my hips towards my heels. This sends the ball up. So it's almost like gears. One goes one way, one goes the other way. I'm still breathing here. And on the next one, I'm going to roll forward again. Now keep in mind that in a group setting or in a one-on-one setting, we would spend probably close to 20 minutes or so on just this one routine. For today, I'm going to go a little more quickly. I want to make sure that my head is supported. So I'm going to keep my hand behind my head, my chin to my chest so that I'm not straining in my neck. Taking another inhale, really breathing to the ball, really expanding my rib cage, expanding my entire torso, and then sliding forward. So the goal is to always try to find the ball with your breath, breathe into the ball, find places that you're holding, see if you can let all of this extra work leave your body. We all have places where we tend to over-recruit muscles or just simply keep muscles turned on for no reason. So the first step is sort of becoming aware of that, learning where you might be gripping and doing unnecessary work, and then from there you can start to create more optimal movement patterns for yourself. So eventually, I'm going to work my way all the way up my spine. Again, I'm going much more quickly than I would typically do. But this feels so amazing. It's like a little massage for yourself here. Especially when we get into this upper back shoulder blade area. And for this one, I actually want to turn around so you can see a couple of little variations that we can do here. If you have really tight shoulders, this is a great opportunity to spread the shoulders out, feeling that back widening, getting a massage all the way through the shoulder blades. Of course, you want to do both sides. And then coming back, and we will continue up the spine now, until eventually the ball is all the way up into the neck. And this just feels absolutely delightful, having a nice little sort of bubble of air for my head to rest on. I can then play around with finding tension in my neck, trying to fulfill my full range of motion here, and just really looking for places that are craving a little nourishment, a little attention. So those are two examples of what we can do with this work. As I mentioned, there are hundreds of routines and there are no areas of the body that we cannot address with this. So if you are somebody who's watching this and thinks, my body needs that, you're not alone. Most of the practitioners that we have about 500 practitioners in the world, and we all came to this work because we had pain to begin with. So this allows you to continue what you love to do, as long as you want to do it pain-free, and it also teaches you to become a lot more aware of the cues and the signals that your body is giving to you. Now, I did mention that I wanted to give you a brief little history of how this work began. So I'll just say that it was created by a woman named Yamana Zake, who went to school for sports medicine, was a little disillusioned with the education that she received, had her own injuries, severe injuries, and was not getting the help that she felt she could get from chiropractic and other forms of medicine. And so she just basically went rogue and created her own work. It started out as a hands-on only work that the practitioner would use their hands on a person's body. And then about 10 years into her career with that, she decided she wanted to make it available for people to do it on their own. So she started, like we all have tried before, with sports balls, quickly found, and foam rollers, quickly found that those were not, and they were not allowing you to get into your anatomy in the way that she wanted. And she spent 10 more years patenting these balls. So it's an incredible self-help tool. It's very empowering. This work teaches you how to troubleshoot your own aches and pains. It teaches you how to be your own bodywork practitioner. It will change your life. It changed mine. So if you are interested in experiencing this for this summer, I am doing outdoor classes at various locations. So I will give my contact info at the end here, but I do want you to be encouraged to try out one of my outdoor classes. I also am continuing to work on Zoom and have no plans to stop working online right now. So I do group classes, I do private one-on-one sessions, and I do focus workshops that focus on a specific area of the body. So my first focus workshop after this airs will be, I believe, July 11th. And I think that one is going to be, I can't remember offhand, I think it's an abdominal workshop, but check my schedule. My website is reniviola.com. That's RENIEVIOLA.com. On Facebook, I'm Body Rolling with Rini Viola, and all other social medias, my handles are Rini Viola. I would love to share this work with you. I can't stop talking about it with people who will listen because it has truly changed my life, and I hope that I can share it with you so that it can change yours. So once again, thank you for bearing with us. This is the strangest ComFest that we've ever had, but we're all living every day the ComFest way, and I hope that by next year I will see you in real life, on the stage, and hopefully also before then. Peace, y'all.
Video.
It's video, so we can like, yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Hey, Charlie.
Test.
We're ready to watch ComFest. Watching Rosie and Hidden Daryl.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's good. It's real good.
Oh man, that's
Okay, I'd like to start out
awesome.
by pointing out a mistake in the listing of the performance tonight. The name of this performance is Crouching Rosie, Hidden Daryl, and Friends. First, I'd like to introduce two of my friends that are helping us out tonight musically, Andy Woodson and Paul Brown. And my friends that are performing with Rosie and myself tonight represent the incredible depth and quality of Tai Chi Chuan and the Chinese healing and martial arts in Columbus. Crouching Rosie and Hidden Daryl is about presenting Tai Chi as a performance art as well as a healing and martial art. We will try and entertain you as well as give you an understanding of Tai Chi, the supreme ultimate, and how to attain health, happiness, and longevity. This performance is dedicated to Dr. Fred Wu, who died this past fall. Dr. Wu was my Rosie's Tai Chi teacher in Sifu, which is a teacher father. He'd been our teacher for 27 years. According to a lengthy interview with Dr. Wu published by Bakwa Journal in 1992, Dr. Wu, born Wu Min-an, was born in Canton, China in 1916. At an early age, Dr. Wu started learning many generations of knowledge of Chinese traditional medicine, including acupuncture and herbal medicine, I Ching and I Ching astrology, Taoist and Chan, Zen, Buddhist philosophy, meditation and exercises, and an incredible array of Chinese martial arts, including Tai Chi, Bakwa, Xing Yi, and hundreds of different Kung Fu forms, weapon forms, and Qigong exercises. In 1947, Dr. Wu entered Ohio State University on a scholarship he won to study for his master's degree in horticulture. In 1957, he earned his PhD in plant biochemistry. While he was attending college, he continued to study the martial arts. In 1958, he started teaching Tai Chi, Chinese yoga, and more, eventually leaving his job at Chemical Abstracts to teach full-time. Dr. Wu claimed to be the first Chinese Kung Fu teacher in the Midwest to open up and teach to the non-Chinese. He's one of the few teachers of Tai Chi at all in the U.S. and was one of the first to support himself from his teachings. For over 40 years, Dr. Wu passed on all he had learned and was constantly adding to his enormous wealth of information. He was constantly receiving books from China each month, keeping aware of all the latest developments in all his fields of study. Understanding the science and cultures of both the East and West helped establish him as one of the finest Tai Chi teachers to have ever lived. He was one of the greatest sources of vital information and one of the most unique minds the world has ever known. When Dr. Wu left us, the world lost an incredible resource that can never be replaced. He taught thousands of students in Ohio. Many have gone on to teach others worldwide. Fortunately, we're blessed to have many of Dr. Wu's students in Columbus carrying on his teachings, as well as other Tai Chi traditional knowledge passed on from several other very important teachers, represented here by some of our friends. Before you meet our friends, I would like to introduce you to more of our friends, our special MCs tonight. Alana and Krista. And Nikki Wanda.
Martial arts. We will see different examples of Qigong, Tai
Chi Chuan, sword and other weaponry, other forms, and push hands. Tai Chi is an ancient Chinese exercise or art for the harmony of the mind and body and nature. It is a system of meditation, physical coordination, health, self-defense, and consciousess raising. It is of extreme value for attaining longevity, eliminating tension, increasing physical, spiritual, and mental well-being, as well as an effective means of self-defense. Every movement has many different applications for self-defense. You first learn Tai Chi very slowly, and when the body moves correctly, you can perform it faster and remain calm, balanced, and focused. Tai Chi Chuan training classes usually consist of learning a Tai Chi form, which is a slow, relaxing, graceful series of movements based on animal behavior. Plus, the fundamentals of Qi, Qigong, Taoist breathing, and meditation. Traditional Chinese medicine, including acupuncture and herbal medicine, self-defense and weaponry applications, Taoist philosophy, including the Tao Te Ching and the I Ching, and more are often taught as well. To develop Tai Chi Chuan as an effective exercise and powerful system of self-defense, one must learn how to achieve a smooth circulation of Qi to every part of the body. Qi can mean breath, but a more accurate term is vital energy. Qigong, sometimes pronounced Qigong, is the science of cultivating the body's internal energy. Qigong by itself or in conjunction with Tai Chi helps develop energy, promote health, aid in self-defense, and help prevent illness and achieve mental and spiritual peace. In the several thousand years since Qi and its relationship to health was discovered, every level of the Chinese population has practiced Qigong at some time. There are 4 major schools or categories which were created by the different classes of people. There is scholarly Qigong for maintaining health, medical Qigong for healing, martial Qigong for fighting, and religious Qigong for enlightenment and Buddhahood. The martial Qigong was again divided into internal and external styles, and the religious Qigong was divided into Buddhist, Taoist, and Tibetan styles. The 2 main branches of martial Qigong are the external or active, where the body moves in coordination with the breath, and the internal or passive, where the person remains still in either a sitting or standing position and directs their attention toward circulating the Qi internally using the breath and imagery. This circulation of energy through the 2 main energy channels of the body is known as the microcosmic orbit, or small heavenly cycle. As Chinese sages studied these 2 main meridians, the functional and the governor, they discovered other energy flow routes, and it was along these energy meridians that the points used in acupuncture healing were also discovered. One of the most important aspects of Qigong is the relaxation and control. Relaxation and control of one's breathing by slowly traditionally one first learned to gather and circulate the energy in a sitting position. It seems I need some Tai Chi right now so I can read this. Which is the easiest way to meditate when you're sitting? Then one would learn how to circulate the Qi in fundamental standing stances. Then in traditional movements that were often connecting various postures from the form and then finally in the form itself. Our performers are demonstrating several kinds of Qigong. To explain more about these different methods, I would like to introduce Vinny Rivera.
Jeff is doing Wangyang Qigong, an internal part of the system. Daryl is performing Wu Ji at this time. Wangyang Qigong is taught to develop Qi from the three phases of the Jing, or earth yin. Qi of the body, making harmonious Qi, and Shen, or spirit yang. The energy from its source is pure and harmonious. In its physical plane, it splits into two major parts, yin and yang. These exercises help to unite the yin and the yang energy harmoniously. The Tao Te Ching says, the distance between heaven and earth is like a bellows. This bellows is the Dantian, which is the center of the body, and is a major portion of the Qigong is to center the total human being there, as well as the breath. Breathing is very important in Qigong exercise. Yin Qi and Yang Qi reside in different areas of the body by nature. And with these exercises, you bring them in from your surroundings, from the air, bring it into your body, and you mix and harmonize the yin and the yang Qi. This Chen style system that we teach is comprised of 5 major aspects. Qigong, which is what he's doing, silk reeling energy, which you're going to see in a moment, Chansijin, which is also another word for the silk reeling, which helps develop Jing or ground development. You're going to possibly see a little bit of push hands training.
With more extra circles and swinging hands. This is what Dr. Wu taught as 3rd level of his Tai Chi Chuan form. Dr. Wu was constantly adding and modifying many of the forms he taught and customizing movements to fit the individual. Therefore, Rosie and Daryl are doing some of the same form, but with slightly different embellishments. Pretty cool. Vinny Riviera, who was just speaking up here, and Jeff Ratcliffe were also longtime students, and they were also instructors of Dr. Wu's teaching method. They have also subsequently studied with several other masters and have carried on their classical traditions in Columbus. Vinny and Jeff run the Fen Zhishuang Chahi Academy of Ohio. They are performing Chen-style Tai Chi Chuan, which is considered to be the original Tai Chi. When they are through, they will tell you more about their form and their school again. We're also honored to be joined by students of the Chinese Martial Arts Institute, which is another school with very close ties to classical Tai Chi tradition. We'll hear more about this school also and the teaching shortly. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. After careful and intensive study of the world around them, the ancient Chinese philosophers developed the concept of Tai Chi philosophy. Tai Chi can offer a comprehensive explanation for all the phenomena in the universe. Thus, Tai Chi can be seen as the root of the tree of wisdom. The main sources of the Tai Chi philosophy are found in the I Ching and the Tao Te Ching. The I Ching explains how Tai Chi is generated from Wu Qi, or the ultimate nothingness. It is the moving power of dynamic and static states and the source of yin and yang principles. Yin and yang generate the 8 trigrams, or pakwa, and the 64 hexagrams. The Tao Te Ching was written by Lao Tse and introduced the concept of Tao, or the way. Here are a few passages from the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be experienced is not true. The world that can be constructed is not true. The Tao manifests all that happens and may happen. The world represents all that exists and may exist. Nothing is more soft and yielding than water. Yet for attacking the solid and strong, nothing is better. It has no equal. The weak can overcome the strong. The supple can overcome the stiff. Under heaven, everyone knows this, yet no one puts it into practice. Therefore, the sage says, he who takes upon himself the humiliation of the people is fit to rule them. He who takes upon himself the country's disasters deserves to be the king of the universe. The truth often sounds paradoxical. The motion of the Tao is to return. The use of the Tao is to accept. All things come from the Tao.
Notice Carla doing the first form, which is said to be 20% hard and 80% soft, or yin. Vinny is doing the second form, or cannon fist, which is said to be 80% yang, or hard, and 20% yin, or soft, and is more fighting oriented. The 83 posture first form takes about 30 minutes to perform, and the 71 posture second form takes about 20. Each posture of the form has several different fighting applications, from the more obvious punching, kicking, and sweeping to the less obvious elbow, knee, hip, and shoulder strikes. However, the treasures are said to be hidden in the throwing techniques and the china, or joint locking and grappling applications, which can only be seen by the trained eye. The 4 energies of Peng, Du, Ji, and On.
Oh, it's a moving picture.
The Community Festival Statement of Principles. The Community Festival is guided by its principles. The principles are statements of what the members believe is basically important. They are. We think that people ought to work for the collective good of all people rather than for personal gain. We support cooperation and collective activity rather than competition and individual profit. The basic necessities of life are a right and not a privilege. People have the collective right to control the conditions of their lives. People should strive to conduct their lives in harmony with the environment. We recognize that there are primary attitudes that divide and oppress people. These attitudes are usually shown by prejudice against people on the basis of age, class, ability, income, race, sex, and sexual preference or orientation. We seek to eliminate these attitudes. The statement of principles is more important than any other writings of the Community Festival.
ComFest! Welcome to the virtual community festival. excited to present you with this online representation of the Community Festival experience. This live broadcast reflects the diversity, vitality, and activism of the Columbus community and its signature festival, ComFest. Although we wish we could all be together during this ongoing pandemic, we're excited to present you with a virtual representation of ComFest.
Yeah, this is the start of the ComFest season for all of us. Yeah.
So we're having the logo contest for the t-shirts for ComFest. And if you win the logo contest, your logo, your art will be on our t-shirts in the 2014 ComFest.
So primarily, there are artisans throughout the community who look forward to this every year and hoping that their logo is the one that gets picked. Because when it gets picked, you're looking at least 4,000 people who are going to wear this shirt, and not just for the weekend, but also for the rest of the year and years to come. And that's the most amazing thing, because all of a sudden you'll see somebody in a ComFest t-shirt years from now, and you go, nice shirt.
It will be a collector's item because the only people that get these t-shirts are the people who volunteer at ComFest.
Look for something that captures both kind of the, well, I'd probably say spirit and purpose, but it's the idea of it's got to have a political thread, it's got to have a cultural thread, I guess. And anything that's too busy or has tiny lines usually won't make it.
The only thing we ask is that you have the date of the festival and the Hopewell symbol included in it. It is a symbol that ComFest adopted a long time ago. The Hopewell were the mound builders, the early people of Ohio. They hold our history. They were a peaceful people. That there's never been any evidence that they warred with anybody.
The first round, you have 3 votes. So hopefully when you went around, you jotted down your 3 favorites at this stage.
We just got through the first round. They're going to tell us right now, the next round, who we get to vote for.
We're going to go through these one at a time. Each entry will be held up as we vote for that entry. This is our final round. Everybody gets 1 vote. We're down to 4 entries at this point. Number 4.
I did a design based on Art Nouveau advertisements, and I thought it really fit well with the theme of the festival.
We have some very special guests joining in this weekend, and it's only appropriate that our first guest is an original organizer and performer who's been part of the festival since it began in 1972. And please welcome Mr. Barry Churn.
Hey, hi there. Want to come ready before you? Okay. Hey!
Please welcome jazz legend extraordinaire, Mr. Tony Monaco.
Hey, Bill, you know it. What the heck? I'm so happy to be announcing that I'm actually going to be conjoined with my Columbus friends for the biggest festival that we love the most, called ComFest, and it started way back in the hippie days. It's a community festival, and there's several stages, and we all play and have a big party that week. So unfortunately, with the situation, the wise thing is for us to bear this year. But thanks to you all, Friday and Saturday night show is devoted and dedicated, and will be on several watch parties to our Columbus Community Festival. 2020. It's a big honor, Bill. Thank you for being with my show. And it's a bigger honor that you asked me. Folks, the music that you hear that comes from my soul, it comes from my soul, but it was bred right here in Columbus, Ohio. And I heard some of the best music right here from some of the best musicians. Because, see, music is not about the name, it's about the quality. And so, Columbus was one of the stopping points for the whole revolution of jazz and blues and the Chitlin Circuit, and home of Rusty Bryant, Hank Marr, Don Patterson, Roland Kirk, Nancy Wilson. So Columbus has quite a history in itself. And so I'm proud to be a part of this city and the community festival, and we're going to sure bring on the light.
Please welcome Mr. Barry Churin.
The air conditioner finally arrives to try to alleviate the 115-degree daytime temperatures inside the hot, still plastic.
Good afternoon or evening or whatever you're watching this. We're still the Woosley Band after all these years. I want to thank ComFest for giving us lots of great memories and an opportunity to play, and mostly to volunteer and be a part of the community. We wish we could be with all of you, but we can't. So we got some video. It is ComFest, that's what I've been told. It is ComFest, well, one more year old. Yeah, all the dummies and sound guys and volunteers, and the whole of the scene has been ComFest to do. And happy ComFest, yeah, happy ComFest. Thanks, ComFest. Thanks, ComFest. Thanks.
We'll be outside next year.
Thanks, ComFest.
Happy ComFest!
Cheers.
And please welcome Mr. Barry Churin.
Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow. at Smokey Joe's Cafe. Just sit and dig in all the scenes at Smokey Joe's Cafe. The chick came walking through the door. I had never seen her before, at least I never saw her down at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I almost fainted when she sat right down next to me. Her knees were almost touching mine at Smokey Joe's Cafe. A chill was running down my spine at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I could smell a cheap perfume. She smiled at me, my heart went boom. And everybody in the room at Smokey Joe's Cafe, they said, "Man, be careful. That chick belongs to Smokey Joe." Then behind the counter there came a man, chef's hat on his head and a knife in his hand. Grabbed me by my collar, began to shower. You better eat up all your beans and get right on out. I know and I'll never eat again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. And so we'll never eat again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I'd rather eat my chili beans, Jim's and Jack's and John's and Jeans, and take my chances eating down at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I risked my life. That Smokey Joe's a crazy fool. Take it, your name here. Counter, there came a man, just hat on his head and a knife in his hand. Grabbed me by my collar and began to shout, "You better eat up all your beans and get right on out." I know I'll never eat again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. And so we'll never meet again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I'd rather eat my cold chili beans and chips and John's and cheese and take my chances eating down at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I risked my life. That Smokey Joe's a crazy fool. Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow.
Must be noon because we're live streaming for ComFest. So that's what I'm going on. All right. Hey, this is a live at the Songwriter Stage and Foundation here. To my right and to your left is Michael Joseph Swift. To my left, your right, is Miss Jessie Powers, and I'm Eric Altine. We're going to do a Nashville-style singer-songwriter round here where we do a song, and we may give you a little bit of a backstory, or we may not on that song. I'm going to start it off, and then I'm going to pass it over to Jessie. We're going to go around the horn here as the singer-songwriter in the round would imply. And here's my first one. It's called Tonight. Thinking about tonight. Whatever could happen with me and with you, together we'll find out. Will it be fresh and new? Will it be the season? Will it be soft and true? I want so much to ask. Could I spend the night with you tonight? Oh, tonight. Think about tonight. Thoughts they were wandering like a beautiful dance on a mirror smooth lake, an evening romance, and my dance partner is you. In the visions that I've made, I want so much to ask. Could I lie in your shade tonight? Oh, tonight. Think about tonight. My hands, they would cradle your face gracefully. Levels of comfort, they would rise easily. My heart, it would feel like an eagle taking flight. I want so much to ask. Could I make love to you tonight? Tonight, oh, tonight. Think about tonight, tonight, oh, tonight. Think about tonight. Yeah, thank you kindly. Next up is Miss Jessie.
This is another thing you can say to your beloved. This whole song, it's like a sweet love letter. A little less sexy than that one, but it's called Goddess. I know what's behind that smile. I know you're tired. Spend your life trying to be everything to everyone. And I know that look in your eyes, 'cause I've seen it in the mirror 1,000 times. That's the face of a woman who doesn't understand how much she's loved. And then the TV tells me I should be like her, achieve like her, to earn the affection I so desperately need. But the people who love me best don't expect me to save the world. No, they regard me as a goddess in their way, give me love for free. And they say, you are what you are, and that's all you'll ever need. Feels like a warrior, as soft as a sunbeam. Everything you've ever been, and everything you'll ever be. You're holy, 'cause you are a goddess, baby. It's hard enough to be just me. Rule my world from a place of reverie. Forgive myself unconditionally and learn from my mistakes. But then the movies tell me I should look like her and laugh like her. If I'm a quiet beauty, oh, will surely fall in love with me. But the people love me best like the way I laugh, and they don't care what I wear. They rather see me loud and proud and stay polite and pretty, and they say, you are what you are, and that's all you'll ever need. Strong like a warrior, and soft as a sunbeam. Everything you've ever been, and everything you'll ever be. You're holy, 'cause you are a goddess, baby. Hey. You are the sun and the moon, you are the earth and the sky. You are the one who answers the prayers that you're laying down late at night. You are the undefinable, the one who is desperate to define. You are the one you've been waiting for. You are the love of your life. You are what you are, and that's all you ever need. Fierce like a warrior, and soft as a sunbeam. Everything you've ever been, and everything you'll ever be is holy, 'cause you are holy, and your life is holy, and your days are holy, and your mind is holy, and your body is holy, and your tears are holy, and your laugh is holy, and your love is holy. You are a goddess, baby. Oh, you are a goddess, baby. You are a goddess, baby.
Amen.
Nice. All right. It's up to me.
Michael Joseph Swift over here.
I'm on G. If you want to grab a horn there and play on it a little bit, so let me know. Didn't bring one like that?
It's in the house.
This is a song I wrote for my wife a while ago. It's called "Love by You."
Get your chord.
And it's not a thing out in the water. It's by you. But she has this thing, when she wants her way, and I think every girl does. They sit down in their man's lap and they blink their eyelashes at him and they get whatever they want. And that's kind of how this came from. Just wanna be held, just wanna hold you close to me on a rainy night, keep you safe and warm. Just wanna tell, just wanna be told how much it means to you. Loved by me, just wanna be loved. Just wanna be loved. Just wanna be loved by you. And when we're sitting by, keeping the place tight, laughing all night, know that I'm loved by you. You pressing deeper into my loving arms, blinking your eyes with your girly charms. I know that I'm loved by you. Just wanna be loved. Just wanna be loved. Just wanna be loved. Loved by you. Loved by you, loved by you, loved by you, loved by you, loved by you. Thank you. Hey,
That was so swift.
I forgot to give a shout out real quick. And you know, I'm playing a John Lanning guitar. It's a local booth here in Columbus. I'm making some great freaking guitars. I got two more behind me here. Please reach out to me on Facebook if you're interested in checking out and wanting to talk to them. So.
Oh, we forgot to tell you, ComFest is advertisement free.
Oh, man.
ComFest is like one of the biggest festivals in the country that is a volunteer-run organization. And I'd also like to say thank you to all of the people that have ever helped out at the Solar Stage. This will be my 11th year as the head of Solar Stage. And I appreciate all the volunteers. If I mentioned many of you, I know I would leave some out. But look at this guy, Greg Kilcup. He's got himself the mug. Well, and a cup. We also have Victoria Koroleva filming here and putting us live on Facebook as well. This next song I'm going to do, actually, the first one I didn't tell you the backstory on, so that one was called Thinking About Tonight, and that was actually written by myself at a place up on Lake Superior, and then co-written by my love Noreen, and we both chipped in on that one and worked it out together. This next one I wrote right after Ferguson actually happened, and there was that, the whole movement was like sparked, you know, the Black Lives Matter and the whole injustice movement was sparked then once again. Then it kind of fizzled out. I think that was back in 2015 maybe. Jeez, I forget now. But anyway, this one's called Injustice. And it's just as applicable today as it was then. At the time when I wrote this, I was living in the city, and right next door was living a young black single mom, and she had two kids that were teenagers, and I could sense her vulnerability and her fear every time her son, that was 14 at the time, he was like 5'11", almost 6 feet tall as I am, and I could sense her fear every time he walked out the door in the evening to go to his friend's house. Those were the times when you know, you had to, if you were head of a black family, whether you were the mom or dad, you had to have that talk with your kids about, you know, be nice to police, don't look like you're carrying anything that looks like a weapon, even if it might be a toy, and things like that. So I don't think we can, you know, I figure myself, I'm white privileged. I always have been. I'm not ashamed of that, but it also doesn't divide me from those that are in need in this movement of black and brown and all of our friends in the city. We're gonna stand against injustice. We're gonna work till it gets fair. We're gonna stand against injustice. Ooh, yeah. For our brothers and sisters everywhere. For our brothers and
sisters everywhere. Mama watching her son walking out the door, like she's done days and nights before. For him it's gotta be smarter. Mama prays a whole lot harder. He may not be coming back no more. We're gonna stand against injustice. Ooh, yeah. We're gonna work till it gets fair. We're gonna stand against injustice. Ooh, yeah. For our brothers and sisters everywhere. Gonna stand against injustice. Ooh, yeah. We're gonna work till it gets fair. We're gonna stand against injustice. Share the love with your friends, with our brothers and sisters everywhere. Why all people put into this situations? Seems no hope to climb above. Seems survival of the streets, all the biggest guns. Well, where's the love? Woo! We're gonna stand against injustice. Stand with your brothers now. We're gonna work till it gets fair. We're gonna stand against injustice. Ooh, yeah. For our brothers and sisters everywhere. For our brothers and sisters everywhere. We stand with you guys.
Well, it's hard to follow that.
It's a new game.
So, this song is called Something Better Planned. And it's all about trusting, knowing that when your life descends into the chaos, there will be a new order. So you just gotta sit back. You gotta sit back and relax and take right action and follow your intuition and just trust, because your soul's always got something better planned. Here we go. Sometimes it feels like my heart is stuck in a revolving door. It can get me down so much, I don't even want to mess with it anymore. Oh, that too familiar feeling, oh, I know it well, but I don't let it get too far. No, I'm too good at staying cool now. Yes, I am learning the art, and I'm getting good at letting go. Yeah, I'm getting good at giving it over, 'cause I know it ain't in my hands. Oh, I'm getting good at letting go. Yeah, I'm getting good at giving it over, 'cause I know, though I do not understand, my soul's always got something better than. When the shadow comes creeping in, like from my past. I turn on the light I'm remembering. Only my soul knows my path. And I'm getting good at letting go, yeah. I'm getting good at giving it over, cause I know it ain't in my hands. Oh, I'm getting good at letting go, yeah. Getting good at giving it over, cause I know, though I do not understand, my soul's always got something better than. This is where I reveal my secret talent. Ready? Here we go. I've been working on this for a couple of years. I only do it once in a while, but I'll do it for you, ComFest. I am free when I believe. Hey, if I just keep trusting, if I keep the faith, I know I'll see. When I let go, and I know when I let go, and I know that my soul is always mine. Yeah, my soul's always God. Oh, my soul's always God. Something better than. Something better is coming along. Yeah.
Nice. Man, it's spiritual. Like it. Making me change my song. Let me see. This, I guess, is my turn. This is a song I called "Oh Lord." Just kind of going with the theme here. I just changed it up a little bit. I wrote this song after going down to, I used to do a prison ministry, and we were down there, and I ran into a guy in the prison that I knew, and he's at a bar with his wife, and they're just trying to go eat dinner, and they were just sitting waiting to get called. He went to the bathroom, came back, and a guy was messing with his wife, and this guy's a special forces, trained, and he didn't do anything. The guy broke a bottle and attacked him, and he knocked the guy down. The cops came, they took both of them to jail. He ended up getting out and everything, but it was just a wake-up call that, we're all one button away from being in that bad spot. Amen. And so we're no different. We're all broken. That's kind of where this comes from. Can't make sense of my own heart. Do not know where we're gonna start. Gonna break it in. Tired of my sin. let it raise my children. Touched by someone, gotta let the change begin. With a sense of deep regret, crippled soul that has no depth, the skin it's very thin, with a weaker chin, feel alive with sin. Touched by someone, gotta let the change begin. Let change begin. Deeper in the night we go, letting darkness guide a road. There's a life within, rather than our sin. Let it raise our chance. Oh no, let the change begin. Oh no, let the change begin. Thank you.
Michael Joseph Swift.
Forgive me, my voice is a little hurting me today. I've been out camping all weekend and kind of lost my voice singing.
It's not hurting us.
I'm fine over here.
I host an open mic, and often Michael comes and plays, and he has such a strong voice. He's trained down in Chillicothe. But with that strong voice, you can tell he's professional enough where he'll back off like this when he's really belting it. But I always got to be on the board right there, because I know with this strong voice in this small place that we have open mic at, he doesn't even need a mic. Well, this next song that I'm going to do is it's sort of a destructive type song, or it was written, I wrote it actually, I started writing it for myself, but then it seemed like it was taking on a life of its own, and then it turned to where the song fit my daughter more than me, and then it turned to fitting pretty much anybody that has experience with suicide, whether it's themselves or a friend of theirs, and it's called Save Me. Save me, save me. There's a toll-free 800 number. I don't have it on me right now, but one time a friend of mine gave me a bunch of bracelets. It's a toll-free suicide line. I guess if you Google it, you'll find it. And if you're going through some tough times, you know, you can always, you don't want to call a friend, you want to call someone anonymous. Google suicide help and ask. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 Save me, save me, save me before I go. Save me before I do something wrong. I could do something wrong, oh no. Save me before I destroy myself. I could
destroy myself. Oh no, save me, before I go. Can't see my pain, can't see my pain. It's evidently deep, evidently deep. Oh, can't see my pain, can't see my pain. It's evidently deep, evidently deep. Oh, am I losing my mind? I just need a few good friends to save me, before I go. Save me, before I do something wrong. I could do something wrong, oh no. Save me, before I destroy myself. I could destroy myself, oh yeah. Save me, before I go. Not want these thoughts, not want my thoughts to circle back this way again, to come back this way again. Oh, not want these thoughts, no, not want these thoughts. Circle back this way again, to come back this way again. Am I losing my mind? I just need a few good friends to save me, before I go. Save me, before I do something wrong. I could do something wrong, oh no. Save me, before I destroy myself. I can destroy myself, I will. Save me, before I go.
Oh, man. I think that's my favorite song of yours, dude. I can't sit still during that song.
No, it's groovy. Good. I love the juxtaposition of the subject matter and the way it makes my body feel. I'm like, yeah, you know?
Start going out and punching trees.
Wake up, you got a life to live.
So, this song is called Roots. And it's all about kind of what the spirit of ComFest is, which is sort of surrendering yourself in service to your community, sort of in service to greater humanity. And for me, specifically, I wrote this about family and legacy and heritage. Could I be the child of your life? Could I love the world like you? Could I be the keeper of your fire? Could I be the one you pass it to? And could I be my mother's daughter? Give her wisdom and her love a little. Could I gather all the wisdom of the ones that made me and put it to some kind of use? Oh, it's my turn to keep the fire burning even just for a little while. And could I let myself remember all the sweet times without putting them on trial? Could I take these years and call them good? Better yet, could I call them grand? Could I let go of the woman I thought I was supposed to be and be humble to the one I am? Oh, it's my turn to keep the fire burning just like you. Oh, I'll do it again, this time different, this time from the root. I tried to run from what I was, but nothing grows without roots. I tried to run from what I was, but nothing grows without roots. I tried to run from what I was, but nothing grows without roots. I tried to run from what I was, but nothing grows without roots. I tried to run from what I was, but nothing grows without roots. I tried to run from what I was, but nothing grows without roots. Without roots. Could I come down from my mountaintop and put my face right in the dirt and see the life and love and faith and grace it takes to make me, and finally feel just what that's worth? And in this joyful revelation, as the tears flow from my brand new eyes, could I laugh in realization and kindly offer up my life? Oh, it's my turn to keep the fire burning just like you. Oh, I'll do it again, this time different, this time from the roots. Could I be the child of your life? Could I be the child of your life? Could I be the child of your life? Of your life?
Wow. That's gorgeous.
Beautiful. Thank you.
She had the entire audience out here quieted down.
Love that root line. That's great. All right, this song here is a song. I don't know, I'm not a habitual writer. I'm more of a feelings writer. Something hits me and I can't let it go, and I go to sit down and write. This one here is about a dad who's making the wrong decisions, and it really hit me. So it's called The Devil Don't Mind. It's also an attempt. Eric brought me on to this, started me doing different beats and doing different song patterns and stuff. So I'm gonna give him thanks for that. This is kind of fun for me as well. So. kind of a Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash stuff. The devil don't mind that you're leaving home today. The devil don't mind what she had to say. The devil don't mind that your kid is yelling out your name. The devil don't mind the pride got in the way. The devil don't mind that you're going out tonight. The devil don't mind that you took that one last drink. The devil don't mind that who you're with is not your life. The devil don't mind that you didn't sleep at home tonight. Sometimes the voice is calling on what they appear to be. Years go by and you learn you should have let them be. The love of a father will rise above all the others. The devil's misery only wants your company. The devil don't mind if you go to church. The devil don't mind because he knew God first. The devil don't mind that you're cussing at the preacher's wife. The devil don't mind if you leave it all behind. The devil don't mind if you leave it all behind. The devil don't mind if you leave. Thank you. Oh man, got a little emotional. Sorry.
Get emotional singing about the devil, huh?
Man, that's a song that makes me think of the kids, man. I'm a dad at heart, and it just drives me crazy when I see that happen.
Some people don't believe in that devil business, but you know, there's darkness and there's light.
Hey, the devil don't mind. You can believe in him if you want. He likes it either way.
All right, we're going to continue on with, this is the last round of this ComFest solar stage set. Actually, we're in the shade today, so this is the shade stage.
Solar shade.
That's hard to say.
Instead of a stage.
The solar shade stage.
Solar shade stage. It's always been a shade. That's true.
This here song I wrote back in '07. I took a trip up to my annual pilgrimage up to Lake Superior, and my heart was pretty low at that time. I just lost someone special, and I was looking at the evening sunset, and I was wishing, oh man, the sunset, when you go down, take these blues away from me at the same time, would you? Mighty powerful watching that sun go down over a big lake.
Sunset, take these blues away. When you go down, take them all away. Sunset, take these blues away. When you go down, take them all away. Walk a mile in these shoes. Then you'll know. Walk a mile in these shoes. You'll know how this heart hurt so. Sunset, take these blues away. When you go down, take them all away. Sunset, take these blues away. When you go down, take them all away. When the evening chill meets the morning dew, it'll be new. I heard there's mercies every morning, and I'm due a few. Sunset, take these blues away. When you go down, take them far away. Sunset, take these blues away. When you go down, take them far away. Sunset, sunset, sunset. Thank you.
So, this is kind of like a sunrise. The song is called Rise, and it's kind of about when you can't seem to get out of bed in the morning. Maybe you're finding it hard to make decisions during the day.
It's like every morning.
Or you're just feeling down about life. It's just sort of an anthem. A reminder to not let the anxieties and doubts get in the way of your power. These days I've been having trouble waking up. I'd rather stay asleep than try to believe in a higher love. I think I'm fooling everybody else. I say that I know that I'm loved, but I don't, 'cause I'm still punishing myself. You see, I've been holding it in, this brilliant lie. They told me it was intimidating, so I've been keeping it inside. But when I woke up this morning, I realized that something this bright is destined to rise. So I gotta rise. I'm gonna rise up from my bed, into my body and out of my head. I'm letting go of holding on to the notion that something's always wrong. I'm incredible, it's beautiful, this life ain't I live. So I'm gonna hold my head high like the queen that I am, living my life for the wonder that it is. These days I've been having trouble getting light. Stuck still in a tiny bubble, just watching my life roll by. I get anxious, I'm afraid of everyone else. To be honest, it just gets worse when I'm alone with myself. You see, I've been holding it back, this power inside. Too scared to act, so I live in my mind. But now I see power is in my nature. Just like day comes after night, naturally I gotta rise, I gotta rise. So I'm gonna rise up from my bed, get into my body and out of my head. I'm letting go of holding on to the notion that something's always wrong. I'm incredible, it's beautiful, this life ain't I live. So I'm gonna hold my head high like the queen that I am, living my life for the wonder that it is. It ain't enough to just believe. Living life is a physical kind of spirituality. It ain't just in the movement of your mind, it's the movement of your feet. It's the steps that you take, it's the body alive, it's the love that you make, it's the way that you get into my body and out of my head. I'm letting go of holding on to the notion that something is wrong. I'm gonna rise up from my bed, get into my body and out of my head. I'm letting go of holding on to the notion that something's always wrong. I'm incredible, it's beautiful, this life ain't I live. I'm incredible, it's beautiful, this life that I live. I'm incredible, it's beautiful, this life that I live. So I'm gonna hold my head high like the queen that I am. Are you gonna hold your head high like the king or queen you are? I'm gonna hold my head high, hold my head high, hold my head high, hold my head high, hold my head high like the queen that I am, living my life for the wonder that it is. Thank you.
Groove, great. I wish I had that much groove. Man. I got that much groove when someone else is playing guitar for me. All right, this song, this is our last one, right? Are you gonna do one at the end as well?
I don't know if I have time.
Yeah, this song's called Reflection. If I don't play it, I might have some people on here mad at me. I don't like playing melancholy. Either you write melancholy or super lovey-dovey. You can't pick who you are as a songwriter. It's just who you are. And this one's kind of melancholy. But it's basically about, you can choose to fit in. You can choose not to be on the outside. You can choose to be part of the group and get along. If you're on the outside and you feel like you're alone, you can choose someone to be with. And so that's kind of what this is. Looking through a window, looking at life through a window pane. All the people smiling, laughing aloud as they play a game. The glass is foggy, The pain is peeling from the ledge, leaving me feeling the cold, cold rain. The fire is burning, I see the reflections of the flame. Being on the outside, seeing the heat doesn't feel the same. The glass is foggy, pain is peeling from the ledge, leaving me feeling the cold wind through my head. Live for the day, live for a day of happiness, live for a way through the glass. Live for the day, live for the day. Looking out a window, I see my reflection in the glass. Life on the inside is always better than the past. The glass is foggy, the call of my name turns my head, leaving me feeling happiness. Live for the day, live for a day of happiness, live for a way through the glass. Live for the day, live for the day.
All right, Michael Joseph Swift. You know, the solar stage, when applications come in for the solar stage, we look at them and we grade these people a few different criterias. One of them is volunteerism, and that's important to do for ComFest, volunteering. Also, stage presence, as you can see here with Jesse and Michael.
Several months of planning went into this past year's community festival. There's silk screens to be made, there's funds to be raised, there's publicity to do, and there's people to talk to. You've got to go and you've got to have to talk to the police department and explain to them that we're going to close off a certain area and none of their folks are allowed to come in. You know, just a party for our community. And we hired one policeman to take care of the security of the area, and with that one policeman and community organizations helping out with security, we were able to pull off a really good party this past spring. Oh, it starts with Al's house, doesn't it? Well, we were making the posters over at Al Dorsey's house where there's a silk screening place. Yeah, it does. See? pretty strange poster.
Put me off close to some town. Now I got to do some recording, and I ought to be recording right now.
Well, it was really a lot of fun to go around and raise funds for this festival. We started first with the people that have businesses on high streets, considering, well, we'll take all the places where we spend our money and ask them to give some of our money back so we can have a party, you know.
I used to like him, but he's like, his whole psychic thing was just,
Yeah, sure. I want you to see something really neat. This is my watch. My watch means a lot to me. I'll show you the flip side now.
Okay.
That's the flip side of my watch.
Where did you get your trusty watch?
I can't tell you.
Oh,
It's the only one around.
What are you
So I
selling?
fancy watch.
Oh, all this stuff. Stupid question.
Little people. Would you like to buy one? We
A
make
little
them very
person?
cheap, yes.
With the economic situation as it is, people on High Street just didn't want to give us money to have a party because there was, you know, as they considered, there was no return. So we hit up another element of our society. We raised more money from the Columbus area than we did from business folk.
You make this stuff yourself?
Some trinkets. Some little trinkets?
That's the trinket saleswoman.
You made them.
There's Amanda.
One more time. Oh, there's Sue checking it all out.
Directing traffic. Well, you see, Sergeant, you can't park these trucks.
So amazing, they just completely ignore her. She's talking to him. They just completely ignore you. You're talking to them and they're walking around.
I just don't worry about.
A lot of people helped us with this festival. A lot of people helped the community union. People like the Campus Ministry Association gave us their support, as well as the University Area Commission, who we went to really early and patted us on the back and said, well, you can use our name to the mayor.
My cat. My cat.
Hi, Alice.
Alice. Alice, what can I fry? Alice. She's not interested. Nobody told me about it. He's going to take it around the country. What year is it for?
That's Ed selling hot dogs.
They made about $250.
I can see why they barked all day long.
I'm taking a picture of someone taking a picture of me.
Green is the color of the growing corn in the morning when we rise. In the morning when we rise. That's the time. That's the time. She does the best.
people are getting parties together this summer, what with Summer on the Lawn being so successful. But celebration is an ongoing concern. If you have any ideas about more parties, about better ways to get to know your neighbor, and about more healthy ways to boogie, you can get a hold of Sue Urbis or Julie Boylan through the Wesley Foundation. Both of those folks are usually hanging around there a whole lot.
Strawberries. Get you 64 cents. And plus that, 72 cents. 54 cents they are. Plus that is 63 cents. No, 63 cents. Sure. Is that true? Don't spread those rumors. I'll lose the election. Don't worry, I'll vote for you anyway. No, I need it 3 cents. Thank you.
Phew.
Wanted to jump up on 2 legs and go above your head?
Sure.
Yeah, get in the picture?
Yeah.
It's spring.
Yeah.
For my female dog, that isn't too good. You know? I'm going to have problems. But I'm going to leave her at home and let my mom play with her, you know? I don't need to, have that 10-day hassle. You know how it is.
A big dog.
Okay, Pete, tell us something about your beer.
Okay, here we are at the People's Community Beer Stand and home for wayward drunks. Due to some hard work, seriously, by a lot of people like Frank Foligno to my left here and Bill Hawthorne, who incidentally are working for nothing as everybody else is associated with this. All the money that this booth makes, and if it's like in the past, it's one of the most prolifically monetarily gaining, what kind of jazz is that? Booze at the festival. All the money goes back to the festival, and then anything that's left over goes back to the community organizations, which is what this whole thing is supposed to be about anyway. So everybody just come on over, have a beer, save your cups, and that's about it. It's 25 cents a beer.
Okay. When you feel like it, come here. What do you want?
Data Gang at the Community Festival, June 1973.
Going back to more TVs each time.
This was our first attempt at shelter when we were still in the wind, but the parachutes were too small and too flighty. Someone, or someones, had a dream about a balloon.
Your one tempo reminder that we look at each other. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
This is step. Well, hold on, baby.
Okay, it's not must not be in right then.
Oh. Great seaming operation of 1973. It may seem to be a little bit shoddy, but actually, it's very
This is
shoddy.
supposed to be airtight, huh?
Seamy operation.
So there we were, a bunch of folks who knew nothing about it, trying to join together a seemingly endless expanse of plastic into some sort of functional three-dimensional shape. Brought down to the floor momentarily by our dream.
The lightness and the dark.
There are only two ways.
Yep.
Incredibly, work was completed in time. The structure rose, held aloft by two simple window fans. And so, inevitably, Data Gang appears.
How much does it cost tomorrow? Damn it.
No, yesterday they put a D on your hand and today they're going to put a G.
We don't got no money. How do you know someone just doesn't put Can we get them free? D on their hand instead?
Can you get in free?
Yeah.
Oh, probably.
Can I put a G on my hand?
Sure.
Oh, let me so I can get it free. Can you put it on? I don't think they'll let right good.
I'm doing it through here, so it's going to take... All right, now hold your hand there a minute, okay?
You gotta have real strong desire for a bit of coolness. Get into all this.
The air conditioner finally arrives to try to alleviate the 115-degree daytime temperatures inside the hot, still plastic.
Out here in the sun after being inside the structure.
More like we go through the hole and pull, or, you know, somebody goes, not big enough.
What we should do is cut the hole open so we can set it in and put it down. Except that put more stress on it. We can tape it all this.
Preparations were hectic inside also. Still, the show begins. Taped programs and a do-it-yourself TV studio where the children could get their revenge.
It's running on the battery now.
There's Cheryl.
Hey, look at some of the stuff you recorded, because some of the stuff that I just recorded didn't work.
Our street show also called for attention and recurring maintenance attempts. And our street cameras drew strange reactions, even from our own members.
Are you with Daddy Gang by any chance? Can you just...
I'm taking your picture.
You're sucking the life force from your body.
Oh dear. So strange. Oh.
Woo! Who are you?
Who am I?
Yes.
Funny you should ask that question.
You've been wondering yourself lately?
Yes, right
Have
this
you?
very moment I was.
Come to the video fair tonight and you'll find your true identity.
I can't help but laugh.
Weird people, weird. They don't deserve to...
I'm not sure of anything.
How can you be
really sure?
Now, Billy, there's a balloon. I noticed he always has a seat, walks around, and he counts his steps. Over here we have a member of the cat family. This is Fly Cat. And over on camera is Lily Cat. They're a calico. They're callus.
Calico cat couple.
Yeah, the calico cat couple. And over there is Uncle Long. I think you ought to get out and do something, though. You know what I mean, man? Like, I get really tired.
It's gonna get my fingertips dirty, wear my fingertips down, sore, aching all over. They're gonna put a bunch of branches. It doesn't help anybody. One basic ground, and then I just feel sad. What was I just talking about? It's all gone. Things just pop like that sometimes.
You know, like, I've been with Bo a really long time. Like, ever since he was a little tiny kid, I've been sitting around in his head bending balloons. And all these experiences just keep coming in. And I keep track of them. I keep trying to keep track of them. And they all bend in together sometimes. So, how do you use
The water flow upon the stones that never sound, and change upon the stones that sound with the sound of the moon rising. So once upon a time the eagles flew, and now the eagles fly far lower down. And now the eagles fly far
I see a store out in the audience.
For the waters once flew. Any more of the rainbows?
Matters what we say.
watch the next one. You see it? Pretty far out. It's going back one more TV set each time.
I was wondering.
Good afternoon or good evening, as the case may be. Here we have what is known as a 5-second delay loop. And what that is whenever something happens on the screen, 5 seconds later, that happens on the next screen. And of course, so if we take a picture of the thing, we see the man passing by again, and so forth. 5 seconds later. Here we're doing video feedback. The camera here is looking at the monitor there, the top monitor, and the top monitor is of course displaying what the camera sees. It's like putting the microphone too close to a speaker. The whole thing starts screaming with light. We then put that through a thing called the colorizer that we have built, and then translate that into a color picture which is being displayed in the bottom monitor. And this is a complete TV studio. 2 cameras, switching controls back and forth, subject, and the special effects generator, such that one can fade from one to another, and fading from one to another, and also cut out a section of the screen and move it back and forth. And anyway, this is the Cogitate tape, and what we're doing is we are repeating a single word over and over again, and after listening to it for a few minutes, one starts to hear something different as the word cogitate becomes meaningless to you, and you start substituting other words that kind of sound the same for it. And that's about the only way I can explain this. It's over there you see our video theater, where we are displaying tapes we have made in the past, and some tapes also from other video groups around the country. That's about it. A picture of us, taking 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 a picture of us.
Back off, Ken. Zoom back. That's the
I know. You gotta be quick. You gotta be quick.
Gene.
Oh, we don't need the backup. Just south of, which is a little bit further east.
Music is a nice
And a little bit further
Oh, so you don't have to, you can talk and
Thanks,
stuff.
Joe. Hi, Gabe.
Baby.
Papa. Gabe.
Gabe.
He's looking at the camera.
Getting your close up, huh?
Mugging for the camera.
Mr. Showbiz.
See, I go. I go.
Okay.
All right.
Save you from a fate worse than.
Yeah, tomorrow's not pretty. I gotta be someplace early.
I see why she wanted to do
Ours
that.
looked like one of the scary.
She was you.
And then
Those rosy cheeks of hers are not from too much sun. Let me just say.
flies in the kitchen, hear the buzzing. I ain't done nothing, 'cause I woke up today. Got nothing to say. Make me an angel, rise from out the grave. Make me a poster of the gold rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to. Even this living is just a hard way
welcome to the first ever virtual ComFest 2020. I'm Julia Lynn Walker. I'm manager of the Brownsville Growers Market and a member of the ComFest Grants Committee. It's Friday morning, and I am sure that many of you are just as excited as I am about all the wonderful offerings that are available this weekend through ComFest. Do let us know what you enjoy. Let us know what we could do differently, and perhaps there's some things we can keep doing throughout the year. I also encourage you during July and August to stop by the Brownsville Growers Market located on the Near East side of Columbus. Some of you may remember me from some of the workshops I did, passing out seeds and talking about what you can grow. Well, certainly during this pandemic, having a garden has been a very beneficial activity for many people, and I want you to understand that it's still not too late to put a few cool season fall crops into the ground. So enjoy yourself, think about us during the year, let us know what you liked, and continue to support ComFest however you can. Enjoy the weekend, our first ever virtual ComFest 2020.
Hi ComFest, my name is Joni Kalem. Welcome to SAS, Social Action Song Swap, SASS. This is an idea that was originated by Leslie Zach, a longtime ComFest volunteer. I think we started it, I'm really bad with dates, but I think we started it back in the Bush 2 era. So a long time ago, where we would get together once a month and trade off social action songs, songs that could be used in the current moment, as opposed to relegating social action songs to the 60s, 50s and 60s when they were super, super useful, and they're still useful now. So normally this would be a song swap. This would be a big circle of chairs in the Peace and Healing Tent workshop, and people are invited to come and share their own songs. Songwriters from the Columbus area are invited to come and share their new social action songs. So obviously 2020, we're not sitting around a big circle. I am sitting with my lovely daughter Tanara in her bedroom, and we are filming from home. But I am putting out the call for 2021 under the possibility that ComFest can be live again to all you Columbus area singer-songwriters who write topical, political, social action songs to come out and join us next year live. And we're going to do a couple songs, and I've invited Mr. Brian Clash, a local Columbus musician who's an amazing social activist. Brian shows up with his guitar at every rally and leads people in songs. And we're going to start one of my songs, and it's an echo song. So even though we can't hear you, you can be echoing. And it's basically stating the obvious, what it is that needs to stop. So we're going to start with, you ready? Mm-hmm. Okay. No more racism, no more racism. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more cops, no more cops. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more othering, no more othering. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more fossil fuels, no more fossil fuels. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more capitalism, no more capitalism. We're done with that, we're done with that. We're moving on, we're moving on. And we won't go back, and we won't go back. No more gender, no more gender. We're done with So this is a zipper song in the spirit of the 1950s, 1960s civil rights movement, when people were out on the street making changes in this country, and they would take a simple song and keep it going as they marched and rallied for miles and for hours, and songs kept their spirits up. So let's do one more to end with.
You do it.
Me do it?
Yeah, I
All right. Let's see. I did racism, I did othering, I did capitalism. No more lying,
no more lying.
We're done with that.
We're done with that.
We're moving on.
We're moving on.
And we won't go back.
And we won't go back.
No, we won't go back.
No, we won't go back.
No, we won't go back. Tambourine or not.
It's the folk song button.
It's the folk song ending. Do, do, do.
Yeah.
So Tanara is going to lead a song which you learned from
I learned
where?
from a group, a social movement group in the United States called If Not Now, which is a group of American Jewish youth ending American Jewish support for the Israeli occupation of Palestinians. And this song actually, it's not from If Not Now. If Not Now learned it from organizers in West Virginia, so it's originally a West Virginian union song. And thank you, the state of West Virginia, for providing modern day unions, because without them we wouldn't have unions. Did you know that?
Well, let's be clear. Without the Wobblies,
Well, West Virginia,
which your great-grandfather was an organizer, actually great-grandfathers of yours on both sides of your family.
Yes, but
we think
before
they probably knew each other, but we'll never know because they all worked under an alias.
Before they arrived in this country, West Virginia coal miners were organizing unions.
Right, and the Wobblies came in and helped.
I'm not saying they didn't help.
I'm just saying
okay.
you're saying.
This song is called Courthouse. It is also a zipper song, but it is also a marching song. So we're gonna stomp our feet while we do it.
So stomp along at home. Sorry to the people on downstairs.
Went down to the courthouse and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me. What do you want to go down to?
Went down to the banks and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
I went down to the White House and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my humanity, and I took back my dignity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet, and ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
I went down to the police and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet, and ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
I went down to the pipeline and I
took back what they stole from me, and I took back my dignity, and I took back my humanity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me.
Last one is Boss's House.
Okay. I went down to the boss's house and I took back what they stole from me, and I took back my humanity, and I took back my dignity, and it's under my feet, it's under my feet, it's under my feet. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me. Folktale ending. Ain't no one gonna walk all over me. Folk song ending, not folktale. This is a song called Ain't Gonna Let Nobody. It comes out of the civil rights movement of the 1950s. It was a marching song. It was, again, stating the obvious, what we are up against, but we're going to keep on marching. We're going to keep on walking and talking. Also a zipper song, put in the things that are relevant to you in your life and what you need to keep going. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. We're gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land.
Ain't gonna let white supremacy
turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let white supremacy turn me around. We're gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching out to freedom land. Ain't gonna let no hatred turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let no hatred turn me around. Gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land.
Ain't gonna let climate change
turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let climate change turn me around. We're gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching off to freedom land. Ain't gonna let ableism turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let ableism turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching off to freedom land.
Ain't gonna let rape culture
turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let rape culture turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching off to freedom land, marching off to freedom land, marching off to freedom land. Keep it going as long as you need to. We're going to do one more song. This is another a cappella song. I love this song. This song was written by Bruce Phillips, also known as Utah Phillips, who was an incredible singer-songwriter, who passed away, I don't know, like I said, I'm bad with dates, passed away a while ago, 10 years, not too long. And this song is called Ship's Gonna Sail. You know, a lot of times it gets really tiring to be a political activist, a social activist, somebody calling for justice. And a lot of people lose their lives along the way. And we are standing on the shoulders, obviously, of all those people who came before us. I am forever thankful to my grandfather, who was a wobbly and a union organizer and taught me early on that you don't take no for an answer when something's wrong. My parents used to take me out of elementary school to take me to peace demonstrations during the anti-war movement of the 60s, because they explained to my school that living history was a whole lot more important than just studying about it, though studying about it is absolutely important as well. And I'm very honored to be in the presence of my daughter, who teaches me new songs about what is going on now, and takes me to rallies that I wouldn't have known about if it wasn't for her and her circle of people. So this is a song where you put in the people that you honor, and you'll see how it goes. Call and response. The response is, ship gonna sail someday, but we're gonna build it anyway. Okay? So, working on a ship we may never sail on. Ship gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on. We're gonna build it anyway. Sojourner Truth said, ain't I a woman? Ship gonna sail someday. Mother Jones said no child labor, ship gonna sail someday. Eugene Debs said no more prisons, ship gonna sail someday. Joe Hill said don't mourn, organize, ship gonna sail someday. Well, we're working on a ship we may never sail on, ship gonna sail someday. We're working on a ship we may never sail on, we're gonna build it anyway.
Harriet Tubman said, get out,
ship gonna sail someday. Paul Robeson said, I won't stop singing, ship gonna sail someday. Martin Luther King said, I have a dream, ship gonna sail someday. Malcolm X said, power to the people, ship gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on, ship gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on, we're gonna build it anyway.
Emma Goldman said, no more nation states,
ship gonna sail someday. Cesar Chavez said, viva la huelga, ship gonna sail someday.
Marsha P. Johnson said, give us a ride,
ship gonna sail someday.
David Warnarowitz said, act up and fight back,
ship gonna sail someday. Well, we're working on a ship we may never sail on, ship's gonna sail someday. We're working on a ship we may never sail on, we're gonna build it anyway. Now they're all gone, but we're still building, ship gonna sail someday. Ship's gonna sail to peace and justice, ship's gonna sail someday. Yeah, we're working on a ship we may never sail on, ship's gonna sail someday. Working on a ship we may never sail on, but we're gonna build it anyway. We're gonna build it anyway. We're gonna build it anyway.
Hi, this is Brian Clash here, and this is a song I wrote some years ago and keeps on keeping current, and it's called Justice. Sing this song, sing it strong. Sing this song, we want justice. We want justice. We want justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Somewhere in America, a mother cries today. All over America, listen to the people say, we want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. How many black lives have to end before the leaders understand? We don't need abusive police force. The power's now in our hands. We want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Sing this song. Sing justice in our lives. Justice, justice, justice in our lives. We can't wait for the government. We must be the change. Get on board the Truth Express. Still room on the train. There's still room on the train. There's still room on this train. We want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Here we are in 2020. Still waiting for justice to come. Now's the time to get on the streets. Shout it out loud. The people you meet. Shout out for you and me. 1, 2, 3, we want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. We want justice. Justice. Justice in our lives. Sing this song. Sing it strong. Sing this song. We want justice. We're gonna get it one day soon. And this song is called We Are Rising Up. Are rising up, getting on our marching feet. We are rising up. There's a promise that we gotta keep, yeah. There's crooked police in this land, trying to tear things down, destroying your black lives in every city and every town. But they don't know what they've done now. The sleeping giant has woke up, and we are mobilizing. We're saying enough's enough now. We are rising up now, getting on our marching feet. We are rising up now. There's a promise that we gotta keep, yeah. Politicians and their cronies, they only want to help the rich and leave the poor behind now, under the bus, dead in a ditch. They're the ones Now's the time to make a stand, 'cause we won't stand for this now. We're not bowing down to their evil plan. We didn't want to fight this battle, but now we're being forced to, yeah. Gonna raise up all our voices now. This is something that we gotta do, yeah. We are rising up now, getting on our marching free, yeah, yeah. We are rising up now, and this is a promise that we gotta keep, yeah. Gotta keep, yeah. Black lives matter now. Gonna fight for everyone. We are rising up now. This is something that we're gonna do, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. We are rising up. And we are. We are. And this is a new song that I wrote. It's called Change the World. And what I'm learning, still learning at this time in my life, is that the best way to change everything is to start with yourself. And here's the song. I'm getting lost in the darkness. Battle raging in my brain about how to find the real truth, how to take away the pain. I need to stop and take a breath. I need to learn how to breathe. Calm my mind and realize that the change begins with me. I got to change the world and do my part, with open hands and an open heart. A better future is what I see. It's all up to you and me. I know that you have your doubts. You say, how can it be? Things have been so bad for so long. Can't see the forest for the trees. I say, you can make a difference. The power belongs to you. Start thinking about the thoughts you think, and you will see it's all true. You've got to change the world and do your part, with your open hands and open heart. A better future you need to see. then you can finally be free. Then you can finally be free. Then you can finally be free, 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 free. We are in this all together. We are one, that is a fact. We've been deceived by divisive minds, chasing after what we think we lack. But we can rethink all our futures and for focusing on hate and blame. Be centered on love and hope, because we are truly all the same, and we can change the world and do our part with open hands and open hearts. A better future we will see. It's all up to you and me. It's all up to you and me. It's all up to you and me. We can change the world. And this is Mr. Brian, and just to let you know, we are all the same. So peace and love to you all out there, always. And we'll see you. Thank you, ComFest.
Thank you, Brian, for your wonderful songs and your wonderful words and your wonderful spirit and your wonderful thoughts. To all of you ComFest goers out there, if you are a lover of social action movements and social action songs, please come and share your favorites, either songs that you've written or songs that you sing, songs that you love to sing with other people moving through the movement. So I'm going to end with one last song of mine. It's called Everything Will Be All Right, because despite the state of the world right now, I'm an optimist. It's all I can do. Sing along if you feel like it. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be all right. And if it's not all right, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be all right. And if it's not all right, it's not the end. Israel and Palestine, China and Tibet, India and Pakistan, no forgive and forget, liberals and conservatives, blacks and whites, when it's my way or the highway, then no one's right. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be all right. And if it's not all right, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be all right. And if it's not all right, it's not the end.
it. Think Jerry and Tom, do we get the point? 'Cause the list goes on and on. So what's gonna make us reach across the aisle? Stop all this fighting, shake hands, maybe smile. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. Sitting round the table, trying to work things out, making peace with enemies, that's what it's all about. We all need the same things, we all bleed red. Safe food, safe water, safe place to lay our head. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. A wise man said, in the end, everything will be alright. And if it's not alright, it's not the end. It's not the end. Everybody stay safe, stay active, stay strong. See you next year out at ComFest, one way or the other. Bye, everybody.
Hi everybody, it's Amy from ETSS and I want to wish you a happy ComFest. I want to remind you, if you haven't already, to make sure that you fill out your census and make sure that you are helping young people register to vote, or make sure that you yourself are registering and are voting in the upcoming election. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. ETSS Family Care serves immigrant and refugee survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. We are helping young people register to vote, or make sure that you yourself are registering and are voting in the upcoming election. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. ETSS Family Care serves immigrant and refugee survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault. We are at the Soul Shop. This is a space that we created in 2018 after seeing the need for survivors to get basic household items, hygiene items, and clothing for themselves and their children.
When our clients get out of a really abusive relationship and they don't know where to go or where to get their next meal or where to get clothing or like where to sleep, when you bring them that first time to our Solo Shop, they're just so happy. We just tell them, just take wherever you need. Providing that, it just gives them a lot of hope. It makes them really happy, and that's why we are.
We get shoe donations and sponsorship through In Christie's Shoes, and get support from Clintonville Moms. They provide us formula, have quilted us blankets for our new moms, and provide clothing for our infants when they come into the program. And we have small funders such as Columbus Soup and ComFest that have helped us over the years create this space. We receive funding through the Ohio Attorney General's Office, Victims of Crime Fund, as well as VAWA funding through Franklin County and OCJS.
Hello. Thanks so much for friending me. If you're receiving this video, it's because you friended me or we met. And I just either appreciate meeting you or appreciate meeting you now for the first time. And the most important thing that we can do is understand these three new principles that are coming through these days. Back in the day, it used to be love and the answer. Love was very elusive, though, hard to pinpoint, hard to grab onto, and especially hard to hold. The new truth for this age that we're in now is that excitement is amplified love. So love, when it gets stirred up and excited, is more palpable. That's why it's called excitement. So we're naming it because there isn't a name for excited love other than excitement. And we're claiming that to be a great, great truth for this generation, for this time, because excitement is palpable. Excitement is something you can feel, something you can use, something that is contagious, something that's attractive, something that is fun. Love's supposed to be fun, something that gives you warm fuzzies. Love gives you warm fuzzies. Excitement, you get warm fuzzies all the time. Love's supposed to give you tingles. Excitement gives you tingles all the time. So that's the first main truth that I want to share with you, is that excitement is love amplified. And you can generate excitement. How do you generate it? You rub your hands together and you go, woo, and claim that knowledge that it's true, that you're excited already to begin with, that your natural state of being is excitement. And you know that's true because when you were a kid, you were excited all the time. That's our natural state of being. When a kid runs out of excitement, when he runs out of juice, he's tired. And he sleeps deep and rejuvenates and resets. The next day he wakes up and he's excited. So excitement is love amplified. I think that's an easy principle to understand. And once we do understand it, it'll change our lives forever. The second principle is that, good stuff. The second principle is that, that's just such good stuff. It's amazing. Love amplified is excitement, and we can feel that. Just one more thing to add on that. That's why you have that feedback loop. That when you get excited, you get an emotion of excitement. And that drifts up to your mind, and your mind says, whoa, this life is working for me. I'm in sync with life. I'm in sync with myself. I can do this. I've got this. Wow. So that's the first big truth. Now the second big truth is that the spiritual part of you that you're looking for is your mind. People have been looking for their spiritual half forever. And everyone says, well, look inside. It's in there. You can find it. People have been looking inside, and all they find is the chit-chat. And that chit-chat is part of their mind. But it's only one part of their mind. Their mind is blended, your mind is blended with spiritual mind, with the mind of all things, with the great mind, with God's mind. There's no separation between your mind and God's mind. There's no separation between spirit, between your soul, spirit, and the spirit of all things, the mind of all things. Spirit, mind, thoughts, thinking, emptiness, they're all synonyms for mind. They're all part of the mind. And your mind and spiritual mind are just blended together. Your mind is not skin retained. That's why sometimes when you try and remember things, you think outside your mind. And you're invited to drift back in. All right. So that spiritual half that you're looking for is your mind. It has all the principles of mind, of love, of oneness. That's the main thing, is that through the mind, we're all one. Because we blend in the spiritual mind, we blend into the same mind that everyone else is blended into. Like if you were looking at a wheel, and we're out on the tire part of it, out on the outside of it, all creation, all life. Yet the spokes go into the hub. We're connected by spirit into the hub of all things. and into each other of all things. That's why back in the 60s they said we're all one. This truth enables us to apply that. We're all one because we are blended in spirit through our mind, through the windows of our soul, into that oneness. There's nothing else we could be. So that's why they call the eyes the window of the soul, because when you look in the eyes, you see spirit. You see the spiritual part of people. You see that spiritual mind. And when you connect with them, you can feel that love going out as you connect. So what's the third truth then? Wow. The first truth, excitement is love amplified. The second truth is that your mind and universal mind are the same mind. When you go to sleep at night, you connect fully with it when you, or you immerse yourself into the emptiness part of it. When you wake up, you come back into the thought part of it. The third truth is that it's the law of mind, and that is that whatever you focus on expands. Whatever you focus on expands. Whether you focus on happiness, whether you focus on excitement, whether you focus on chilling, whether you focus on your dreams or whatever. And that's why it's so important to focus on something good, because whatever good you focus on is going to expand. In the same way, whatever negative you focus on will expand too. So that's how you know it's true. We all know that whatever we negatively focus on, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And whatever we positively focus on, it just attracts more of that to us. So with those three truths, I think we're all in a position to absolutely transform ourselves. If you want your dreams to come true, boom, focus on your good. And you can do that by saying, my dreams are coming, my dreams are coming, my dreams are coming, my good is coming, my good is coming. Some of it is already here. A lot of it's already here. I'm living in love. Tag it with these days. I'm living in spirit these days. I'm living my excitement these days. My life is exciting these days. Love works for me these days. I feel love because I'm excited. I feel love because love is just, I'm full of it. I'm full of love. I'm full of peace. I'm full of all the good things of love, all the attributes of God. So I think that probably will do it for an introductory message to what the teachings are. And the teachings are just pretty exciting and pretty transformational. So I'm thankful to be here, to be grateful to meet you and to chat with you. Give me a comment, give me a like, join our Facebook group, which is the Franklinton Ashram and Meditation Center. And take care of each other, take care of yourselves. Hope to see you again soon. Stay in the pleasant tense. God bless. Namaste.
Hi, I'm Neil Preston.
And I'm Trisha Preston.
And together we are
Liberty
and Sam. We're going to talk a little bit today about your constitutional history
and voter information and registration.
So we've been traveling the country coast to coast, passing out our pocket constitutions this year. And we were going to pass out the constitutions at this year's ComFest, but due to COVID-19, ComFest physically got canceled. But we now have virtual ComFest.
Yay!
So we're passing on our message through this medium. And have you ever wondered how we got here as a country? Well, it started off with the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and they have unalienable rights under the law. And these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Declaration of Independence was signed July 4th, 1776, and it was a treasonous document because it basically, the colonists said to the King of England, we're going to run our own show here, and this is our country. And so the Revolutionary War followed several years. Finally, the fighting ended in 1781, but it didn't really formally end until the Treaty of Paris on September 3rd, 1783, when the British finally conceded defeat. May 25th, 1787, the first Congressional Congress got together to start talking about, what we should do as a country, how we should live, and the rules that we should live by. And so finally, on September 17th, 1787, the Constitution was ratified by the 13 states. On March 4th, 1789, the first Congressional Congress convenes in New York City. And on April 30th, 1789, George Washington was inaugurated the first President of the United States. June 8th of that same year, 1789, George Madison introduced the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights were ratified December 15th, 1791. When the Constitution was written, it started off as "We the people of the United States" in the order to form a more perfect union. And then they got down to business of defining what that means. Gave everyone legal rights, the right to free speech, the right to bear arms, the right to have a jury trial. All of that's written in the Constitution and all of the amendments. And so I would encourage you to go online and learn a little bit more about the Constitution and what it means to you. And you can buy this little pocket Constitution online for pretty cheap too. And if you ever see us around, we'd be glad to give you one. Now I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Lady Liberty.
Hi, let's talk about voter registration. If you have turned 18 or about to turn 18 by November 3rd, you can register to vote. But you have to do so before the deadline of October 5th. Also, there's a couple of websites that you can go to check things out. VoteOhio.gov, Vote411.org, good information there. You can also pause the video at any time and scan this QR code with your smartphone, and that'll bring you right up to everything you need to know and to do to get registered, and also to make sure you were not purged from any voting rolls. On voting on election day, the IDs that you need to bring with you is an Ohio driver's license or an ID. It can have any address on it, or military ID. And then along with that, you can bring a bank statement or a utility bill, pay stub, W-2, or any government-issued mail. And the only thing with that is that all of those have to be within a 12-month period. It can't be longer than 12 months. College students, you can go ahead and provide a dorm utility bill or a school statement of account with your current address on it. Those are good things to know. Also, let's talk about voting early at your county board. They have weekend hours, they have evening hours, and all you need to do that is the last 4 of your Social Security number. How convenient. Also, you can go to voteohio.gov to request an absentee ballot, but make sure you do that early. Give yourself enough time to receive the ballot, fill it out, and then mail it in by the deadline. Your voice counts. You need to vote. Let's do all we can to get everyone registered. And again, all you have to do is take your smartphone, scan that little QR code, and it'll get you everything you need to do to get ready to vote. Power to the vote.
Uncle Sam says, I want you to vote.
If you're looking for a great paying part-time job with flexible hours, check out 2020 Census Jobs. Apply today at 2020census.gov/jobs to help strengthen your community.
Can one girl in a small town, an architect in a major city, and a suburban high school coach shape the future of the United States? Yes, they can. Because every 10 years, the census gives us that power. You can shape your future by responding to the 2020 census. Where do we need new roads to make our lives easier? Where will new school programs help our children thrive? Where could a new health clinic benefit neighborhoods? The 2020 census will inform these decisions and shape how billions of dollars will be distributed to communities like yours each year. And in 2020, you can respond to the census online, by phone, or by mail. It's easy, safe, and important. Make sure you and everyone you know is counted. Now is the time for you to get involved. Your community needs you. Together, we can educate and excite, inspire, and make sure every voice is heard. Together, we can shape our future.
Jubilation Day, exaltation day, Jubilation Day, jubilation, live every day the ComFest way, Jubilation Day, exaltation day, Jubilation Day, jubilate.
Thank you, our very own Bill Kurzenberg over here. Let's hear it from Bill.
Thanks very much. Brand new original tune. When you were young and your heart was an open book, you used to say, live and let live. You know you did, you know you did, you know you did. But if this ever-changing world in which we live in makes you give it a try, to live and let die. This ever-changing world in which we live in makes you get in and cry. To live and let die. To live and let die. To live and let die. Thanks very much, guys. Got time for one more quick one. This is what's up. Way out!
First off, thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming.
Can I get some fan power to this baby?
Hey, when we get some beer up here.
Did anybody see Forever Unknown? No. Did anybody see Summertime Drifters? Yeah! Ready for what? It's all fucking good, people. Yeah. I was here. Now it's time for a turn. Thank you for coming so early, because I know I would not come normally.
Can we get a little more of everything?
Okay, we got more. Like 10 more, probably. set list. The song's about dragons. Shit. 500 years. 500 long years. When it comes to home, don't be talk down to your body. When they hide, I cannot know. I found the woman. Don't be talk down to your body. Back to your soul. Give us a strand. Oh, yeah, don't be happy. Yeah, I found the woman. Keep on my shit and fight. Oh, you there? Oh, no, no. Oh, no, no. You did. Oh, you oh, no, no. Come here now. What's going on? Just wait, just shoot where that. Thank you all for coming. I see a lot of people I ain't seen for a minute. It's very good to see you. You still doing the same crap. Kick your ass. I'll kick your ass. Okay. Again. My boy John is going to blow some hearts now. And this is a song, it's called Public Defender. Our old friends, I think you know it. If you don't, you should sing it with us. It goes, I'm in love with my public defender. My heart makes me an offender. I wish she'd surrender her loving to me. And you can change the pronouns to whatever you want, but my version is about a specific public defender who is a female. What are you telling me for? Yeah. Love Wow! Hell yeah! All right, we got like 3 more, but they're all short as shit. So 4 more. This is our new drummer. I don't know if we got 4 more, but we'll see. Give it up for Cody Reynolds, yeah! Our new drummer. We've been hazing the shit out of him. Just joking. Yeah, we know what we're doing. That era that aren't ours, by the way, but some people think they are. How's my hair look? Pretty cool, right? Touch it! Just joking, don't touch it. I don't know if we're drunk enough, but I hope somebody is. better soon. Out over here. 2 minutes. All right, one song. Yeah, one song. It's perfect. It's our last song. Oh, look at the little smoke in the hood. It's like Stonehenge or some shit up here. Because that's how we do it. It's Stonehenge, baby. We don't got time for big shit. Just want to sing it.
battery, so keep those beer tokens coming.
It's
Thanks very much, everyone. Appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Welcome to Mental Sonics Part 2.
Stop!
feature the legendary Rosie Mendelson on this one. So pay attention. Check.
Pasta, is that what you mean?
I'm leaving town tomorrow. I've got some
John. So Jane, I win again. I found a girl with personality. Said, dear Jane, I win again. I found a girl with personality. Today I got a letter. 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 I just remember Diane Frick lived on Westmont. She lived on Westmont Holyoke. Thank you. We'd like to do a song now from the legendary Hollywood surfers, Jan and Dean. This is after Dean had his tragic accident, and Jan had his tragic accident, and Dean had to carry on. And this is a tune from the Summer of Love Time. It's called "Blowing My Mind." Frustration takes up the day. Troubles come my way. Heavy feelings are just fine. Night time's one big grind. I'm blowing my mind. I'm blowing my mind. I'm sacked out most of the day. I just can't make it no way. I go where till we make love. soul I'm revealing. Well, I'm walking around in the day. I see the world through a haze. But when you're right there by my side, a different guy, you're mine. Will you blow my mind? 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 Will you blow my
The two separate histories of alcohol consumption of rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen, have been known to run concurrently. And this is the fruit of those labors, and this is That's Cool, That's Trash.
Well, there's gonna be a big party at my house. Tra-la-la, la-la-la-la-la. That's cool. I'm charging $2 to get into my house. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. That's great. Well, the food and the drinks are all for free, but if you wanna play the club, you gotta buy it for me. Well, there ain't gonna be any kissing on the dance floor. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. That's trash. Well, there just might be a little dancing on the kissing floor. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. That's cool. Well, our records for you to hear. My phonograph hasn't worked for over a year. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. That's cool. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. That's trash. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. That's cool. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. Mr. Jamie Lyon.
Come on up here, Dick Mackey gonna help me out.
Hi everyone, welcome to ComFest 2020. We have been through it this year, and this is an excellent opportunity to use the energy of community, of creativity, of clarity to propel us forward in a more compassionate and connected way. So I'm Jen Knox, and I am offering a yoga and writing workshop. I hope you'll check it out. I call it Mindfulness Creativity. And we'll just need a journal and an open mind, and it's a way of really practicing compassion for ourselves, because after all, we need to start with ourselves in order to truly have compassion for others. So get out there and vote, have fun, celebrate yourself, celebrate each other. I look forward to practicing with you.
Ready for 100 is a national campaign to get cities to commit to 100% renewable energy by 2050.
It's a campaign of the Sierra Club to ask cities to commit to 100% renewable energy.
Climate change is real. We are in the midst of a climate crisis. The time is now to act. Committing to 100% renewable energy is a direct action that cities can take to lower the carbon in our atmosphere.
Cities are responsible for 70% of carbon emissions, so this is why we're focusing on cities. If we can get cities to 100% renewable energy, that right there will take a big bite out of the climate crisis.
Already, 159 cities in America have committed to 100% renewable energy. By the time you watch this video, that number has gone up.
I led the city's effort to be the 100th city committed to renewable energy by 2035. We have, I believe, an obligation to our kids and grandkids to save the planet from the threat to humanity that global warming and climate change pose.
Hello, my name is Wolfgang, and I'm a student at Evening Street Elementary. We have solar panels on our roof, and I'm on an app that shows me how much we generate. Is enough to operate a TV for 239,351 days.
We're seeing change happening in universities, in schools, and in churches. People are making the change.
We think that this is going to be the life of the church in the future. It's going to allow us to produce our own power rather than buying power.
The people of America want clean energy.
When the federal government abdicates their duties, when the state abdicates their duties, it's left to the local level to take the manageable steps necessary in order to reduce their carbon footprint.
Cities have the power and agility to make these changes. Renewable energy will bring abundance through innovation and development, manufacturing, and implementing and installing clean energy throughout our state.
The state of Ohio should be embracing clean energy as a business opportunity, not as something that just has to be done.
And we all get to play a part in this change.
Is either we live in an extractive economy or we live in an inclusive economy. So I lean more to the inclusive, and I lean more to the liberation from dirty and fossil fuels.
The time is now to act. Become part of the Ready for 100 campaign. You are important in changing the world.
If you have lived in the city of Columbus, it's a building that we're very familiar with. It sits in the center of downtown. But what you may not know is the history regarding African Americans in the State House. So you won't want to miss any of this information. We're going to talk about the history of the State House. We'll talk about how African Americans helped build the State House, literally. And we'll also dig into the question of what can we do to begin to change the visual trajectory of the State House. Now, I know that may sound like we're saying a lot, but I'll break it down just for you so that you can understand what it is that I'm going to talk about. I have a small little clip, or I should say our opening. I'll see you guys in a second.
Columbus has always had a rich African-American history. From the late 1800s to present day, we've always been on the move. It's as if every street has a story to tell. And our very own community historian, Rita Fuller Yates, is here to tell it.
Go girl, just do your thing. Go girl.
That's right. Your homegirl's on the scene. She's out here uncovering the facts and sharing the history in the streets. Let's go.
Get up there and then I'll start. I'll just talk. Hey you guys, I'm at the State House that is in between Broad Street and State Street. I'm trying to get you to a place, we're on the side of it, on the side of State Street right now, but I'm trying to get you to a place because I have to show you what it is our story is all about. Although we're going to talk about the history of the State House, what's more important is that we talk about how African Americans played a role in the State House. But we also want to talk about some of the visual statues that are on the front lawn of the State House currently, as well as some of the memorable, I should say, landscapes that's on the front lawn as well from other cultures. So I just want you guys to take note. I want you to take note first. There's a statue here. Did you say that was McKinley? That's McKinley over there. Who is this? That's Christopher Columbus. That's Christopher Columbus? That's Christopher Columbus. There are statues. There's a statue over here if you want to show the camera over there. That is the Star of David, which is the representation of the Jews. And then if you look over here, you see some statues that are veterans. I think one of them is called Doughboy, which was a statue that was at Ohio State University in the 1920s, I think. And then you see the statues up at the front that is a representation of politics here in Columbus, because again, the reason why we have a state building is for government. We want to make sure you guys know some history here before we get started. Now it's safe to assume, let me get this started, sorry you guys. For those of you that grew up here, it's safe to assume you're very familiar with the building. Maybe you visited here as a child for a school trip, or possibly you attended for an event or two. Many of us have walked by this huge Greek-influenced design unaware of its rich history. African Americans have played a huge role in this building and we'll talk about those details. But before I share, I want to tell you a little bit about what I do know about the State House. First off, Chillicothe was the original capital of Ohio in 1803. We're going to show a little image of that building in 1803. It was in Chillicothe. Columbus, Ohio State Building was originally erected in 1814 on the southwest corner of High State. We have an image of that as well. And there was a fire that occurred in 1852, burning the State House down. It took years for the city to rebuild the new State House, but just so I don't miss any information or any details, please check out this first clip, and we will return with you to talk about it in a minute. The Ohio State House is situated on 10 acres of land, donated by John Kerr, Lynn Starling, John Johnston, and Alexander McLaughlin, who were 4 prominent white landowners from Franklinton. Prior to the fire occurring in 1852, the city of Columbus prepared to build a new, innovative State House, beginning on July 4th, 1839. It would take 23 years for the structure to be completed in 1861. Prison laborers were used from the Ohio Penitentiary to construct the foundation and ground floors of the building. Another restoration would take place in 1901 with the addition of the Judicial Annex, and then again in 1990, where it was expected to restore the State House to its original condition. The Ohio State House is on the National Historic Landmark and is the perfect example of Greek Revival public architecture. Okay, we're making our way on the other side of the State House because, again, it's more important for me to visually show you what it is that our history represents as of 2020, because I have a little secret to share with you at the end. So we talked about the statues that are on the other side. We talked about the players and the cultures that were represented on the other side. Now we have here a ring of leaders of the Army. Now, a lot of times we wonder, why is it that I, as a historian, would not know this information pertaining to what's on our State House lawn? I even question myself as to why it is that I'm challenged with learning what it is that our State House has to offer. But what I learned is I've been here for 50 years, and honestly, the State House represented only a certain group of people. And unfortunately, to this day, it is 2020, and I have to sadly say that we still represent in a very small manner. We have some history on the State House lawn, but I'll have to explain to you where our history is and what it actually pertains to. But before we get started, I wanted to make sure that you guys walked away knowing and learning some excellent history skills. Now, the State House website, located at www.ohiostatehouse.org, says in the course of the past 160 years, Ohioans have gone from honoring specific military and political leaders to depicting the common soldier, remembering the significant contribution of women, children, and African Americans, and relating the stories of men and women who served their country in their own words. That particular monument is on the back side of the building, which we won't see, which is an indication from veterans who wrote letters to their parents or to a loved one that lived here in Columbus, and they depicted that on a wall. I love that type of stuff, right? We love that the VA was represented. We love that these Confederate leaders were represented. We love that there's politicians on the front of the state lawn represented. Now, on the side over here, what you may not know is that there's women's suffrage. There's a woman's suffrage statue that represents equality in women. Of course, we're important in the world as well as leaders, and we want our name on the table. I think it's important that every person in every culture is represented on the front lawn of the State House, right? That's what it's all about. If we live here, if we sold into the city of Columbus, we should be represented on the state lawn of the Ohio State House. So, one challenge I have, and I want to make sure you guys understood what our story is about, is our story is not only about teaching you the history of the State House, but I want you guys to visually see some of the attributes that are acknowledged on the State House versus some that are not. And I'm going to show you the ones that are first, and then we'll talk about the ones that are not. As you can see here, this is a representation of a suffrage movement for women, inequality. It says peace. We definitely want something like that, right? Now, as we make ourselves around to the other side of the building, I wanted you guys to take note of all the memorable history that we will pass, and let me know if you see any other representation of African Americans. Did you see any? I just may have missed it, and I know I'm a historian, but I'm not perfect. So if you've seen something that I may have missed, please let me know. Now, before we go too far, I do have a story to tell you about that building that we passed, which is called the Ohio Theater. It's on the other side of the building. Did you guys remember seeing that? Maybe you attended a show at the Ohio Theater at one time or another. Well, I have a little history to tell you about regarding the Ohio Theater. A significant black man worked in that building in 1842. His family legacy remains in Columbus to this very day. That man's name was John T. Ward. John T. Ward was born a free black man in 1820 in Richmond, Virginia. He and his wife, Catherine, came to Ohio in 1836 and built a home on a 16-acre tract of land in 1838. It was located in between what we know now as Whitehall and Reynoldsburg. John was a farmer, a conductor for the Underground Railroad, and worked as a clerk in his early age at Zettler's hardware store here in downtown Columbus. During the Civil War, Ward had contracts with the federal government to haul supplies to Camp Chase. Through the Second Baptist Church, John and his family helped slaves escape to Canada. Once the church felt like they were scared of the process of the Underground Railroad, Ward and his friend, who we know, James Poindexter, developed the anti-slavery church to help with runaway slaves. Ward in 1880 worked for the City Hall as a janitor and remained a significant patriot for Black Columbus as a leader until his death on November 3rd, 1897. Ward's legacy remains today, as I mentioned before, through his son, who was the innovative company owner, better known as E.E. Ward, the longest running black-owned operation entrepreneur in the nation to this very day. Pretty cool, right? Now, I know you may be asking, why are we talking about John Ward in the State House? Well, at the same time that the State House was being built, as the clip had explained, the State House was being built by prisoners from the Ohio Penitentiary. So it's safe to assume, considering that there was blacks in the penitentiary, that blacks helped build the State House. So we've always had a staple not only in the city of Columbus, but in the building of the foundation of our State House. We have always been a leader in the city of Columbus. James Poindexter, as you mentioned, the Poindexter Village is named after him. He also was a part of the Underground Railroad. John T. Ward is a part of the Underground Railroad. He had a farm where he helped runaway slaves. But what's important in today's conversation is the lack of African American history on our state lawn. I've passed this all of my life, and I've always wondered why it is that I wasn't really interested in it. And it's probably something that you probably need to ask yourself. Why don't we know the history about all of these wonderful people on our state lawn? Well, a lot of times what I realize is that we become more attracted to things that are more like us or something that we can relate to. And if something isn't there relatable, sometimes we just miss it. And our state lawn isn't very relatable to the African American experience, unfortunately. But I don't want to mislead you and say that there was not a discussion or a conversation at the table. There was a discussion that African Americans do play a part in the State House. And if you remember, we did mention in the website, it did say, let's read this again, and I'll tell you this, that the website, www.ohiostatehouse.com says, remembering the significant contribution of women, children, African Americans, and veterans. We saw a huge representation of women. You saw, I showed you the suffrage. We saw a huge representation of children. There were two statues that sat right on the front lawn, which we didn't really get to see, but you can look them up on the website. And we saw a huge representation of veterans. What was the common culture that was missing? I'll let you guys tell me. African Americans. Now, we don't want to discount, let's go this way, probably shorter.
Nope, you
right
can't get
there?
that way.
Is it there?
It's right here.
Oh, okay. We don't want to discount that the information that you've heard today is incorrect. The information you heard today is correct, where there was African Americans were recognized, and I'm going to show you where we were recognized and why we were recognized, and then we'll talk about what it is that we can do to change the conversation so that my grandchildren or my great-grandchildren will have an actual representation of who they are on the front lawn of the State House, right? The front lawn. Now, as you can see, we're walking around to the back of the State House. Now, my spirit is changing a little bit because this conversation is a little difficult for me. It's challenging for me at this time because I am challenged to understand that this is our representation as African Americans on the State House lawn of the State House. So let me read it to you. The Underground Railroad was neither underground nor a railroad, but a system of loosely connected safe havens where those escaping the brutal conditions of slavery were sheltered, fed, clothed, nursed, concealed, disguised, and instructed during their journey to freedom. Although this movement was one of America's greatest social, moral, and humanitarian endeavors, the details about it were often cloaked in secrecy to protect those involved from the retribution of civil law and slave catchers. Now, it says a little bit more, but I have one point. In 1842, John T. Ward began assisting Shepherd Alexander to convey runaway slaves through Columbus. William Washington, William Ferguson, Jeremiah Freeland, and others were involved as well. Someone or the other of us was with Alexander on every trip, stated Ward. So the city of Columbus is very familiar with who John T. Ward is. His history reads very well, so well that he is acclaimed in the history marker here. But one big concern I have, and sometimes history represents itself visually when you're talking about an outdoor experience, Because again, they're driving past High Street. They've only got 10 seconds to decide what is this state is all about. They only have 10 seconds to decide who are the key players that help create the city. Where is the African Americans' visual perspective on the State House lawn of Columbus, Ohio? That's my challenge to you today. That's my question to you today. And my correction to you today, or what I'm going to suggest to you, is John T. Ward be acknowledged not only as a person who helped the Underground Railroad, but be acknowledged visually on our State House lawn. This is going to be a conversation that we're going to continue to have for weeks and months and years to come until this changes, until the visual trajectories of the State House lawn changes. Today's conversation was tough, I know. I know it seems when we drive by this, we are just used to this as African Americans. But as I grow older, and as I know my grandchildren will probably be just like me, I have to decide that that's going to be very valuable for them, to have them walk by a statue that represents who they are as Black people. I think it's so important. I think it's valuable. I think it's a conversation that we have to have, okay? So today you learned about the history of the state lawn. You learned about why and who the African American players were that helped build the State House. And then you also learned what our opinion is about the current state of the State House and what it is that we can do to continue to evolve and add diversity. I think that's so important. In the next 10 years, there needs to be an Indian, there needs to be a Chinese or Oriental, whatever the correct terminology of their culture is. That should be on the that should be represented on our State House lawn, okay? So everything I try to do, y'all know I try to do to teach y'all so that we can be better. We gotta be better. But when we know it, I know for a fact we can be better. I am your lifestyle expert. None of this is done in vain. Everything I do is to help you improve your life every day in history. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey, what's going on, Columbus? It is the God Show from Face Club Comedy, as well as Affirmative Distraction, Columbus's only all-Black improv group. Hey, over the next couple of weeks, couple of days, couple of months, you're going to hear a lot of people talking about the importance of voting. Now, voting is important. However, if voting is the only thing that you're doing to help the community, you are getting a failing grade. Make sure that you are actually donating, be it your time, be it your dollars, but make sure that you find a cause and actually roll your arms, roll your sleeves up, and invest in some sweat equity. Get involved in whatever that effort, whatever that may be, that moves you, but put some time. Not just checking a ballot box. That's not going to make an improvement in the community. That's the bare minimum. If all you do is voting, you're probably the same person that just changes your profile picture when there's something drastic going on in the world. So actually get out there, make some moves. And also, if you're gonna make some moves, follow Face Club Comedy, Affirmative Distraction, and of course me, The God Show, on Instagram, Facebook. Follow me around the mall awkwardly, that's fine. But get out. Stay safe, Columbus.
Vegan Shift differentiates ourselves in that we speak loud and proud of the term vegan instead of hiding from the word and using plant-based and other language that is not directly addressing why we're vegan. So we're an empowerment organization who seeks to be a hub to unite the movement for all the different reasons that people choose to claim the label. So, you know, vegan, there's so many people that identify themselves as vegan for so many reasons that it's really helpful for us who often feel very alien and isolated in a non-vegan society to discover that there's vegans around to help them thrive in the vegan culture or non-vegan culture. So, you know, we wear these shirts. We call it they're by Nonviolence United, and we call them the Vegan Beacon because it really helps people discover a vegan. You're walking around wearing the shirt, and people will come out of the woodwork to give you a hug and say, "Hey, I'm vegan too." So it's a fantastic way to unite vegans who are otherwise possibly isolated and not realizing that there's more of us around. And it's also another way to spark a conversation and to create awareness, because lots of people are curious. Well, what is a vegan? I get that question a lot. What's a vegan? What's the difference between a vegan and a vegetarian? And so it's an awesome opportunity to speak about the issues that are associated with why we go vegan or why we choose to claim that as an identifying term for ourselves and our movement.
Hi, I'm Mary Delamater, and I have a quick presentation about climate change and what we can do to have a promising clean energy future. This image, known as the blue marble, was taken in the last of the Apollo missions and became the most reproduced photograph in all of human history. The climate crisis is now the biggest and most serious challenge that humanity has ever faced. There are only 3 questions remaining to be asked and answered. Must we change? Can we change? And will we change? Let's start with the first question, must we change? The basic problem is that the atmosphere surrounding our planet is not a vast and limitless expanse. It's a very thin line of atmosphere, a shell surrounding our planet. If you drive a car at normal highway speed straight up into the air, you get to the top of the sky in about 5 or 10 minutes, where the greenhouse gases are and above which you cannot breathe. This natural layer of greenhouse gases is important because when the sun's energy comes down to the earth in the form of light, that energy warms up the planet. And some of it escapes by way of infrared radiation. But some of it is trapped, and that's the natural greenhouse gas effect. And that's a good thing because it keeps the temperatures here on Earth at an ideal range that is suitable and really perfect for the life forms that have evolved to be here, including us. The basic problem is we are now thickening this layer of greenhouse gases. We are spewing 110 million tons of man-made heat-trapping global warming pollution into the sky every single day. We're treating it as if it was an open sewer. Of course, that means it gets thicker and more of the outgoing infrared radiation or heat is trapped. And so temperatures go up. That's the problem in a nutshell, but a lot of other things a lot of other problems flow from that. So where does this man-made global warming pollution come from? It comes from a variety of things. Agriculture is one of them, forest management and land use, the thawing of the permafrost, mining, transportation. These are all sources. But the main source by far is the burning of fossil fuels. We still depend on coal, oil, and gas for 80% of all the energy the world economy needs. You can see from this graph that after World War II, it started rising dramatically. The CO2 emissions began to really get outside of all historic boundaries. It's become quite an issue because CO2 is being released faster than at any time since the asteroid hit Yucatan and wiped out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. You can already see that air temperatures on the Earth have been rising dramatically. This past year, we've seen temperature records broken one right after the other. 115 degrees in Paris, 123 in India, 121 in Australia. These are dangerous temperatures. On the shore of the Arctic Ocean in northern Siberia, it got up to 93 degrees Fahrenheit, 40 degrees warmer than it's supposed to be. And the ice at the North Pole started melting. As you can see, the Arctic ice is melting so rapidly, it soon will be completely gone in summertime. %60 of the whole surface of Greenland, that is the ice that is on Greenland, the glaciers, started melting at the end of July and end of July of 2019. For several days, Greenland was losing 10 billion tons of ice per day. It got to 11 billion tons one day for a current average of 234 billion tons per year. All of this melting is the reason for frequent sunny day flooding in Miami and now Miami Beach and now even Miami. There are many cities around the world already experiencing the effects of sea level rise. Now let's step back again and look at the Earth as a whole. This time, let's focus on the ocean. When all the global warming heat is absorbed by the Earth's system, more than 90%, actually the scientists say 93% of this extra heat goes into the ocean, and it's penetrating deeper and deeper. And what happens in the ocean doesn't stay in the ocean. Warmer oceans make the storms that come from the ocean much stronger. Here's an example. Hurricane Harvey that devastated Houston and the surrounding area passed over waters of the Gulf of Mexico that were 7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than normal. And it dumped so much water on Houston and the surrounding areas. In the Pacific, this was Super Typhoon Haiyan that went over ocean waters 9 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than normal and became a devastating typhoon, leaving 4 million climate refugees, killing thousands of people. One of the other consequences of warming up the oceans and the air so much is that it disrupts the water cycle. The evaporation of water vapor off the oceans increases dramatically. The warmer air holds more water, so when it comes over land, we get these tremendous downpours. The scientists are calling them rain bombs now. And so much more of the rainfall and snowfall in winter comes in these one-time storm events that cause more floods. There have been record-breaking floods all around the world that have occurred this year as a result of heavy rainfall. This was in China. This was the state of Kerala in India. Now let's shift gears a little bit. The same extra heat that disrupts the water cycle and increases the water vapor from the ocean also pulls the moisture out of the soil and makes the droughts hit quicker and go deeper and last longer. And drought is having a devastating impact on our world, particularly agriculture. But one example, Chennai, the 6th largest city in India, is just about out of water, and there are many cities that are running this risk. And 97% of Iran was in severe drought in 2018. Now, where you have drought, where you have high temperatures, vegetation dries out along with the land, and you have a lot more fires. You have a lot more lightning strikes in a warmer world. But these fires in the last several years have really raged out of control. In the American West, the fire season is now 105 days longer than it was just a few decades ago. It's basically all year round now. But this is a global phenomenon. Sweden has had an increase in fires, including 8 last year in the Arctic Circle. Even Greenland has been on fire. Now let's talk about how climate change affects our health. Air pollution is a major health issue associated with climate change. Fossil fuels cause global warming, but that same burning of fossil fuels fills the air with this particulate pollution, which causes lung diseases and heart diseases. On average, African Americans and other people of color are more likely to live near industrial activity than the general population. And asthma is twice as common among African American children in the US as among white children. And the number of African American children who die from asthma is 10 times larger than the number of white children that die from asthma. That's totally unacceptable. It has to be changed. Now let's talk about other living things. Almost half of all the marine vertebrates have disappeared in just the last several decades. Half of all land species are at risk of extinction in this century on our watch. That again cannot be deemed acceptable. These consequences of the climate crisis are mounting up. If you try to put a cost on them and add them up, it's just unbelievable. We haven't even talked about the acidification of the ocean, the infrastructure loss, some of these other consequences, but I will mention one more. It's the #1 threat to the global economy, as the World Economic Forum has warned us for each of the last 4 years. But still, governments continue to subsidize the burning of fossil fuels at a rate 36 times larger than the subsidies for renewables. This is an insane policy, and it reflects the continuing political and economic power of the fossil fuel companies. So must we change? Clearly, yes, we have to change. What we're doing is destroying the conditions that foster the thriving of human civilization, of humanity, and the life forms with which we share this earth. What about the second question, can we change? Well, here is where the good news starts. It's now abundantly obvious that we have the solutions that we need, and that these solutions get better, more effective, more affordable with each passing day. Just take one example. 19 years ago, the best projections for wind energy were that the world would install 30 gigawatts by 2010. Actually, we have beaten that projection 20 times over. 2/3 of all the people in the world now live in regions where the cheapest forms of electricity are solar and wind. And since the cost of solar and wind electricity continues to go down significantly year after year, month after month, we will soon be at nearly 100% of the people in the world being able to turn to renewables as the cheapest form of that electricity. The picture is even more dramatic with solar energy. If you look at the projection 17 years ago, they said that maybe the world would install 1 gigawatt per year of solar by 2010. Well, when 2010 arrived, we beat that goal by 17 times over. And last year, we beat that goal, and well, in 2018, we beat that goal by 109 times. It's driven by the continuing decline in the cost of solar cells, the cost of installation, the cost of boxes that contain it, and new business models like pay-as-you-go solar. It's transforming the world. The largest battery in the world was installed by Tesla in South Australia. It's working magnificently, but it won't be the biggest for long. Storage of electricity makes it possible to use solar energy after the sun goes down and to use wind energy after the wind has stopped blowing for the day or night. And you can see the growth in this capacity. Battery prices continue to go down. That's one of the reasons why this change is so dramatic. That brings us to transportation. In electricity generation, we're seeing the incredible promise of solar and wind growing. But actually in the US and other countries, the largest source of CO2 emissions is now from transportation. This is traffic in Los Angeles. But there is hope here as well. We're seeing electric cars really come on like gangbusters. The popularity of these vehicles is in part due to the fact that they're fun to drive, and those who have one will tell you that. The cost is now coming down quite quickly. But there are other ways to reduce greenhouse gases. These include planting trees and regenerative agriculture, both of which take carbon out of the air, take CO2 out of the air. Regenerative agriculture describes farming and grazing practices that, among other benefits, reverse climate change by rebuilding soil organic matter and restoring degraded soil biodiversity, both resulting in carbon drawdown and improving the raw water cycle. Project Drawdown, a book showing 100 substantive solutions to reduce global warming, said that by 2050, regenerative agriculture could reduce CO2 by 23.25 gigatons and could save $1.93 trillion with a net cost of $57 billion worldwide. Renewable energy creates jobs by the millions. There are already more than 10 million people all over the world working in this sector. In the United States, for the last 5 years, solar jobs have been the fastest growing category, growing 6 times faster than the average job growth. The second fastest growing job is wind turbine technician. This is part of the economy where millions of new jobs are coming from. This is where we can get sustainable economic growth for the future and put many people to work. So the answer to the second question is yes, we have what we need. We can change. It's getting better all the time. We just need policy on our side. We need policy on our side, and we need to drive these changes more quickly. That brings us up the third question and the final question. Will we change? Clearly the most important question. Well, in spite of some of the news headlines you've read from time to time, we are beginning to change, and we are demonstrating the will to change. In the Paris Agreement just 5 years ago, we saw 195 countries agree to go to net zero emissions by mid-century, just 30 years from now. This year is when all the countries have made a commitment to reconvene and examine how newly cheaper sources of renewable energy, electric vehicles, efficiency improvements, will allow them to make even bolder pledges to reduce their emissions by even more. Of course, President Trump in the US announced that he wants to take the US out of the Paris Agreement. But here's something very important to remember. The first day, under international law, the first day the US could actually withdraw from the Paris Agreement is the day after the next presidential election this year. So the American people will still have control over this decision. What happens in that election will have an outsized importance for climate prospects. Now we're seeing hundreds of thousands of people in these giant demonstrations. In fact, on March 15th, 1.4 million young people in 125 countries took part in a coordinated school strike for the climate, and there have been many more demonstrations. Join those of us who are Join those who are using their voices, their votes, and their choices in life to fight the climate crisis. Become part of this movement to speak truth to power. Do it like your world depends on it. Because after all, your world does depend on it. Thank you.
COVID-19's unique impact on Columbus petition drive heats up.
Local officials should not let democracy become one more victim of COVID-19.
On May 1st, 2020, the Columbus City Council chose to flatly deny a citizen group's request to place the Columbus Community Bill of Rights Charter Amendment on the November 2020 ballot.
After the coronavirus shutdown froze signature gathering in mid-March, the group had secured almost 9,000 signatures, and so the group asked City Council to vote to place it on the ballot.
The current deadline to turn in 9,870 valid signatures is June 18th.
In response to COVID-19, the community group made the difficult yet necessary decision to cease signature gathering on March 12th.
Due to a 2014 change to the city charter, local petitions in Columbus, unlike other Ohio cities, are required to collect signatures within a one-year window. That means COVID-19 is costing the group valuable time to finish their signature drive.
On April 27th, petitioners requested, given the extraordinary circumstances, that the Columbus City Council could preserve the process by simply using its power to place the initiative on the ballot.
But it refused to do so.
Quoting Section 45 of the Columbus Charter, proposed amendments to this charter may be submitted to the electors of the city
by a 2/3 vote of the council, and such submission shall be by ordinance.
Or proposed amendments to this charter shall be submitted by the council forthwith upon a petition signed by electors of the city equal to not less than 10% of the total vote cast at the last preceding regular municipal election.
What the charter states is that there are two distinct ways for a charter amendment to be placed on the ballot.
One by a vote of 5 of the 7 council members, and the other by an initiative petition by the people.
In his email reply to the group, Council President Hardin insisted that City Council could not place a citizen initiative on the ballot that has not met the signature threshold. Hardin also asserted that
Council is committed to following the charter.
These are excuses that ignore the council's ability to directly place the measure on the ballot.
On May 6th, the community group sent an email to the City of Columbus Public Health Director and copied Dr. Amy Acton and Governor DeWine, making their case that the people's democratic right should not fall victim to COVID-19.
The ask was for the health commissioners to toll the signature gathering based on authority granted to them during the shelter-in-place order by the state. Dr. Mashika Roberts stated in her reply,
"We would encourage you to continue working with the legislative branch of city government to explore solutions to your predicament."
These are unprecedented times, and we have witnessed many unprecedented decisions by government officials in order to protect both public health and democracy during this crisis, from Governor DeWine's canceling of Ohio's primary election on March 17th to closing many businesses and services.
we are asking our City Council to also protect both the people's physical health as well as our constitutional and democratic right to propose laws directly to the voters of the city during this time of crisis.
What we seek is simply safety precautions and fairness. A failure of the government officials to address this issue would be really worrisome. It would make a mockery of the initiative process because it would require the people to choose between their health and exercising their constitutional rights.
This isn't the group's first attempt to place the Columbus Community Bill of Rights on the ballot to give voters a voice in protecting the city's water supply and air and soil quality from the harms posed by the disposal of oil and gas waste products in the Columbus watershed.
Last year, the group collected over 18,000 signatures for a similar ordinance, passing the signature gathering process.
But we were kept off the ballot by the Board of Elections and the courts.
They also made attempts in 2014 and 2015.
This was going to be the year we finally made it onto the ballot, but no one could have predicted COVID-19. The voters of Columbus should not be penalized for this unprecedented crisis. This charter amendment is about preventing a public health crisis in the future. It's about protecting our water. We have witnessed communities like Flint in Michigan and Toledo in Ohio who suffered serious harm to their water supplies. It is devastating for a community.
We need everyone to write to our Columbus City Council members, telling them to put the Columbus Community Bill of Rights directly on the ballot. It's not safe for the initiative process to continue during the pandemic. We all need to demand that our government doesn't force the people to choose between democracy and public health. We can and we should have both.
When we organize,
we win.
We organize,
we win.
When we organize,
we win.
Right.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday.
We shall overcome someday. And we are not afraid. No. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome.
All right, now it's recording. You know your job?
Try to make friends while dancing away tonight. Try to make calls without all your senses right. Try to keep pace with the all or nothing group. Try to pretend. Try to pretend. Try to pretend. Do more than survive. Do more than survive. Try to give love without any sympathy. Try to pretend. Try to pretend. Try to pretend. Do more than survive. Do more than survive. Do more than survive. Do more than survive. Well, I was stepping on the reins. I was stepping on the reins. I thought I'd never get back in the race. I was standing on the rails. I was standing on the rails. I thought I'd never get out of the way. It took me a while to get over this fantasy. Took me a while to see what was in front of me. Took me a while to know it was the bitter end. Try to pretend. Try to pretend. Try to pretend. Do more than survive. 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 Survive.
Very good.
Here's to playing songs during quarantine. I'll play a new one.
I can see somewhere else, and I'll go alone tonight, burning up, burning out, and gone before I take flight. There's no answer to my question. There's no answer to my questions. I could take it anymore. Take my hands, take my clothes. I can't go alone tonight. Stop whispering, go higher. Then you're gone before I take flight. There's no answer to my questions. There's no answer to my questions. I can't take it anymore. I read the news, but it's yesterday's. Today I'm finding out about tomorrow. So much to lose, but much more to gain. Confusing everything we've tried to borrow. There's no answer to my questions. There's no answer to my questions. I can't take it anymore. I read the news, I read the news. It was yesterday's. I read the news, I read the news. It was yesterday's. I read the news, I read the news. It was
So this song is about how we don't get to legislate who we fall in love with, however terrible they might be. That's what this song is about.
Where do you go when you run? Where do you go when you run? You said no words instead she understands. She doesn't know you. How do you get so undone? How do you get so undone? The wells run dry and burned up everyone. It's so hard to love you. I thought I knew. I thought I knew when stars fell from your eyes. Don't wanna love you. Where did you go with that gun? Where did you go with that gun? You left someone without her only son. There's nowhere to love you. I thought I knew. I thought I knew when stars fell from your eyes. Don't wanna love you. Don't hide the ring. Don't hide the ring. Take off. Don't mean a thing. Don't mean a thing, 'cause you can't stop. I thought I knew. I thought I knew what stars fell from your eyes. Don't wanna love you. Don't wanna love you. Don't wanna love you. Don't wanna love you.
I really love this guitar. You know, it's funny to me. It smelled like totally like smoke when I got it, and I just was thinking, whoever owned it before me had a rough life. So I think maybe this guitar is happy to be with me now, because it just, I don't know. Number one, I still occasionally smell that super cigarette-y kind of smell in it, but I lemon oiled the crap out of it. Well, sort of, just, you know, I feng shuied it really more than anything.
Let me inside of you. Wanna find what I once knew.
Anyways, hi guys, we're Last Kill. Thank you. We have an appropriately sized crowd of under 10 people per Mike DeWine's orders, so we're not breaking any rules. This song's for any goth girls live streaming on random donation band streams. Well, she doesn't really like a business card. She doesn't make promises. Doesn't really want to work out with me. That's what she does. Doesn't really like a business card. She doesn't really promises. Doesn't really want to work with me. That's what's up to you. Oh, there she goes. Oh, Okay, this song's called Like You, and it's a 2 count. I'm a tattoo, she's a beaker, overflowing through my speakers. I just don't know what to do. You get next to you. I am garbage, she is weezer, knows never charges when I see her. I just don't know what to do. You get next to you. 'Cause I like you. Do you want me to? I like you. Do you like me? There's no way to see. Yeah, I like you. Hey, all of the restaurants are closed and you can't go inside them and sit down to eat, but you know where you can get food from your local restaurants? Through the drive-thru.
Kurt, why does Kurt have a shirt on?
I don't.
The internet
What,
wants
Kurt?
to know. Kurt, take off your shirt.
Take it off, take it off, jack 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 it off. Wait, leave it there and play like that. I don't want Kurt to wear a shirt anymore. Sick and tired of Kurt's shirt. to her down, blue lipstick. Why she always wants to play sarcastic. The toxic guy slipped in, I fell in love with her. Oh no, I fell in love with her. Oh no, oh no. I'm chasing her. Chasing sucks so bad when she's away. But I can never ask you to stay. But I'm so in love with her. Don't you want me? I'm still in love with her. We could make this break like 9 minutes long if we wanted.
Oh, fuck yeah.
They're not playing again until they get 5 or 6 donations.
Yeah, until 5 or 6 cents gets thrown at us. I'm chasing her. Like a dog chasing her. Chasing her. Like a dog chasing her. 200 miles. Never fall so far. Chasing her. Like a dog chasing her. again.
Several people are wondering why you still have pants on.
I'm working on it.
Is that a beer on your boxers? What's here?
Miller Thigh Life.
We're really committed to the brand. This song's called Little Candy Hearts, and it's pretty new. Cock little candy Let's pretend I caught that one.
Holy.
Byron doesn't have pants on.
But he does still have a shirt on, which is upsetting to Facebook.
Yeah, I just want you guys to know he doesn't wear pants at practice, and he doesn't hit that kick pedal with his foot, if you know what I'm saying. Oh! This song is a song about the champagne of beers, Miller High Life.
Every little thing you think
Satan's my girl. Put your shoes back on. Yeah, I did put my shoes. Ew. Yeah, I see what you spilled on that floor. This next one's called Pool. It's so hard to explain, playing pop blood in my brain. How did this even start? Racing jokers in my heart. It's so hard to explain, playing pop blood in my brain. How did this even start? Racing jokers in my heart. I'm burning all of you. Just tear it down from next summer away. Looking real cool in your hand of license. Wondering if you would be mine. You were hanging by the pool, always looking real cool. That's the red one in your hand. Wanna make out I'm in a band. It's so hard to explain, playing club light in my brain. How did this even start? Racing jokers in my heart. It's so hard to explain, playing club light in my brain. How did this even start? Racing jokers in my heart. I jump around you. Just tear it down for next summer away. You were hanging by the pool, always looking real cool. In your hand a glass of wine, wondering if you would be mine. Thanks, guys. We lost Skill. Bye, Corona.
Blew up the Chicken Man in Philly last night. Blew up his house too. Down on the boardwalk, they're ready for a fight. Come see what them racket boys can do. Trouble busting in from out of state. VA can't get no relief. Gonna be a rumble on the promenade. Damn the commissioner's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair and pretty. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Looking for a job, it's getting hard to find. There's winners and there's losers, and I'm south of the line. Well, I'm tired of getting caught on the losing end. Talked to a man last night, gonna do a little favor for you. Everything dies, baby, that's a fact. Baby, everything that dies someday comes back. Put your makeup on, fix your hair red. Meet me tonight in Atlantic City. Okay, thank you for that request. It's still, hope I will get through it. And this is a song called Love Travels. Shoe store on the banks of Venice, we bought us souvenirs and we brought them home.
streets of Chicago. We love the city lights. Tip of B-town where we find our kind. We can go anywhere and we call it home. 'Cause no matter where we are, no matter where we've been, no matter what we do, love's traveling. Love comes and goes and makes you wonder. Love travels. Love travels. It's just a Sunday drive without a plan. Off to somewhere we've never been. We'll take the back roads, the black pioneers. 'Cause no matter where we are, no matter where we've been, no matter what we do, love's traveling. Love comes and goes and makes you wonder. Love travels. Love travels. Oh, love travels. Love travels. Love travels. So that's a brand new song. Perfect tune. Do you drink water? Cheers. I still have a lot of ComFest tokens, so I'll be saving those up for next year. But by all means, drink up. Oh, and this year I don't have to say, don't bring your dog to ComFest. So keep your dogs close and home with you. Yeah. That was fun. Huh? That was fun. Yeah. What else? Oh, we can do all kinds of songs. You'll have to check me on time.
I will. You get 30 more.
All over the map, you're all over the map.
do a splash from the past. It's so weird, like not playing out because my fingers are getting all soft, but I can't remember what I did with a piece of paper 5 minutes ago, but I am remembering the words to these songs. It's crazy.
But your wheels in motion just come skying down behind you.
I do miss, I miss being out there at ComFest. And I always buy my favorite soap once a year. The bar soap, it lasts me all year, because it's just a hand soap up in my bathroom, so I don't use it all the time. So, and I deserve it, but I buy my favorite soap at ComFest. Well, this will be one for the books, good memories. ComFest, let me know that you are getting this, because this was such a disaster on my end as far as my Facebook and internet and everything. So, technology sometimes.
It's rough, I know.
It's
senior citizens.
It's rough at our age. The next time I do a live stream, I'm gonna figure out how to do it without a microphone in my face.
This is Katie's favorite song. Nate's watching.
Neighbor Kay?
Neighbor Kay. Megan is watching.
There's a friend of mine and of many here in Columbus who has been missing since March, I believe. Her name is M. Noble, and if anybody knows anything about Emily, please speak up. She's been missing since March, and we're all very worried about her, and we think about her, and we really hope that she's okay. So I just wanted to put that out in the universe. Emily, come home.
I am not going to do that one. Too much of a piano song. Your ears spoiled. Okay, how about the end of the drive? We'll get to the end of the drive.
So, wrote this song, man, it's already been a couple years ago, and it is, when I was listening to it today, I was like, oh, this is pretty poignant for today. What's going on, man? There is a tilting in the balance. Virtual COVID-19 strange reality that we are in right now. I know people like this song, so I will not hold out any longer.
Searching for the pearl, I am a weeping dreamer, trying to save the world, pacing back and forth on eggshells, trying not to break. Another heart, another wound, another leap of faith. Looking through the white mesh, oh my gilded cage, peeling back the instinct till tears in the way. The thickness of her silence could never hurt again. Wishful thinking with intentions, feathers that unfurl. Dangerously close so far, nothing I can do. I'm distancing myself, no comfort coming through. As tangible the obstacle, thought that I could handle. When the stars align, the universe unfolds to you. Round and round I go, circling the edges, slowly spilling over. As tangible the obstacle, I thought that I could handle. When the stars align, the universe unfolds to you. Oh, the round and song called Circling the Edges. So I think I have time for one more. I don't have a watch on.
Yep, about 7 minutes.
Except a suntan watch. I have a suntan watch on. Well, I can do this song in 7 minutes.
Yeah, I caught Tim Easton out here doing on the gazebo, and I was like, "Oh, are we supposed to go to this gazebo and do this?" And somehow he got that arranged. So, because I know he doesn't have a home here, so it's good to see Tim Easton back in Columbus. We like seeing our family of musicians come back and say hi. So. We had a crazy day. A really crazy day. Nobody's had more of a crazy day than we've had today. Oh my gosh. You know, it's that thing of really, if anything could go wrong, it did. The things that we were doing. One thing that didn't happen though, our driving around, we
kept laughing.
No flat tires or
Right.
car breaking down or anything like that. So anyway, my name's Donna McGavro, and thank you all for tuning in here. And I will probably in another 6 weeks or so, I'll do another live stream because I miss playing, and I'm not going out there yet. It's not over. And I want people to stay safe, and I want people to stay happy, and I want you to wear a mask because don't be fools. Yeah, right. So instead of saying don't bring your dog to ComFest, I'm going to say wear your friggin' mask, for crying out loud. You know? Don't be an idiot. This is not over. I still wear the necklace she gave me. My favorite blue shirt was his. Still can remember the day that I fell in love
back again. And we will be back again next year, 2021. Don't forget to vote Trump out. Back out. 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 Yeah. This is my house. I can say whatever I want. Vote blue. Everybody enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will see you around Facebook Town. Ciao, Bella.
The Community Festival Statement of Principles. The Community Festival Statement of Principles. The Community Festival is guided by its principles. The principles are statements of what the members believe is basically important. They are. We think that people ought to work for the collective good of all people rather than for personal gain. We support cooperation and collective activity rather than competition and individual profit. The basic necessities of life are a right and not a privilege. People have the collective right to control the conditions of their lives. People should strive to conduct their lives in harmony with the environment. We recognize that there are primary attitudes that divide and oppress people. These attitudes are usually shown by prejudice against people on the basis of age, class, ability, income, race, sex, and sexual preference or orientation. We seek to eliminate these attitudes. The statement of principles is more important than any other writings of the Community Festival.
Hello, ComFest! Welcome to the virtual Community Festival. excited to present you with this online representation of the Community Festival experience. This live broadcast reflects the diversity, vitality, and activism of the Columbus community and its signature festival, ComFest. Although we wish we could all be together during this ongoing pandemic, we're excited to present you with a virtual representation of ComFest.
Yeah, this is the start of the ComFest season for all of us. Yeah.
So we're having the logo contest for the t-shirts for ComFest. And if you win the logo contest, your logo, your art will be on our t-shirts in the 2014 ComFest.
So primarily, there are artisans throughout the community who look forward to this every year and hoping that their logo is the one that gets picked. Because when it gets picked, you're looking at least 4,000 people who are going to wear this shirt, and not just for the weekend, but also for the rest of the year and years to come. And that's the most amazing thing, because all of a sudden you'll see somebody in a ComFest t-shirt years from now, and you go, nice shirt.
It will be a collector's item because the only people that get these t-shirts are the people who volunteer at ComFest.
Look for something that captures both kind of the, well, I'd probably say spirit and purpose, but it's the idea of it's got to have a political thread, it's got to have a cultural thread, I guess. And anything that's too busy or has tiny lines usually won't make it.
The only thing we ask is that you have the date of the festival and the Hopewell symbol included in it. It is a symbol that ComFest adopted a long time ago. The Hopewell were the mound builders, the early people of Ohio. They hold our history. They were a peaceful people. That there's never been any evidence that they warred with anybody.
The first round, you have 3 votes. So hopefully when you went around, you jotted down your 3 favorites at this stage.
We just got through the first round. They're going to tell us right now, the next round, who we get to vote for.
We're going to go through these one at a time. Each entry will be held up as we vote for that entry. This is our final round. Everybody gets 1 vote. We're down to 4 entries at this point. Number 4.
I did a design based on Art Nouveau advertisements, and I thought it really fit well with the theme of the festival.
We have some very special guests joining in this weekend, and it's only appropriate that our first guest is an original organizer and performer who's been part of the festival since it began in 1972. And please welcome Mr. Barry Church.
Hey, hi there. Want to come article for you? Okay. Hey!
Please welcome jazz legend extraordinaire, Mr. Tony Monaco.
Hey, Bill, you know it. What the heck? I'm so happy to be announcing that I'm actually going to be conjoined with my Columbus friends for the biggest festival that we love the most, called ComFest. And it started way back in the hippie days. It's a community festival, and there's several stages, and we all play and have a big party that week. So unfortunately, with the situation, the wise thing is for us to bear this year. But thanks to you all, Friday and Saturday night show is devoted and dedicated, and will be on several watch parties to our Columbus Community Festival 2020. It's a big honor, Bill. Thank you for being with my show. And it's a bigger honor that you asked me. Folks, the music that you hear that comes from my soul, it comes from my soul, but it was bred right here in Columbus, Ohio. And I heard some of the best music right here from some of the best musicians. Because, see, music is not about the name, it's about the quality. And so, Columbus was one of the stopping points for the whole revolution of jazz and blues and the Chitlin Circuit, and home of Rusty Bryant, Hank Marr, Don Patterson, Roland Kirk, Nancy Wilson. So Columbus has quite a history in itself. And so I'm proud to be a part of this city and the community festival, and we're going to sure bring on the light.
Please welcome Mr. Barry Chur.
The air conditioner finally arrives to try to alleviate the 115-degree daytime temperatures inside the hot, still plastic.
Good afternoon or evening or whatever you're watching this. We're still the Woosley Band after all these years. I want to thank ComFest for giving us lots of great memories and an opportunity to play, and mostly to volunteer and be a part of the community. We wish we could be with all of you, but we can't. So we got some video. It is ComFest, that's what I've been told. It is ComFest, well, one more year old. Yeah, all the tokens and sound guys are falling in. And the whole of the state has been ComFest to do. And happy ComFest. ComFest. Thanks, ComFest. Thanks.
We'll be outside next year.
Thanks, ComFest.
Happy ComFest!
Cheers.
And please welcome Mr. Barry Chur.
Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow, Smokey Joe's Cafe. Wow, wow.
She came walking through the door. I had never seen her before, at least I never saw her down at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I almost fainted when she sat right down next to me. Her knees were almost touching mine at Smokey Joe's Cafe. A chill was running down my spine at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I could smell a cheap perfume. As she smiled at me, my heart went boom. And everybody in the room at Smokey Joe's Cafe, they said, "Man, be careful. That chick belongs to Smokey Joe." Then behind the counter there came a man, chef's hat on his head and a knife in his hand. Grabbed me by my collar, began to shower. You better eat up all your beans and get right on out. I know and I'll never eat again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. So we'll never eat again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I'd rather eat my chili beans, Jim's and Jack's and John's and Jeans, and take my chances eating down at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I risk my life. That Smokey Joe's a crazy fool. Take it, your name here. Counter, there came a man, just had on his head and a knife in his hand. Grabbed me by my collar and began to shout, "You better eat up all your beans and get right on out." I know I'll never eat again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. So we'll never meet again at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I'd rather eat my cold chili beans and chips and John's and cheese and take my chances eating down at Smokey Joe's Cafe. I risk my life. That Smokey Joe's a crazy fool. Wah, wah, Smokey Joe's Cafe. 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 Oh, yes, all that mess. I never should have come back.
We shall overcome someday. And we are not afraid. No. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are
Please vote. Lives depend on it. And live every day the ComFest way.
Hello, everyone. We've got our big end of quarter deadline coming up at the end of this month, and we sure could use your help to make sure we hit our goal. Grassroots supporters like you chipping in $5 or $10 are what power this campaign now. So I'm counting on you to give anything you're able to today to help us reach our important goal at the end of this quarter.
The Community Festival Statement of Principles. The Community Festival is guided by its principles. The principles are statements of what the members believe is basically important. They are. We think that people ought to work for the collective good of all people rather than for personal gain. We support cooperation and collective activity rather than competition and individual profit. The basic necessities of life are a right and not a privilege. People have the collective right to control the conditions of their lives. People should strive to conduct their lives in harmony with the environment. We recognize that there are primary attitudes that divide and oppress people. These attitudes are usually shown by prejudice against people on the basis of age, class, ability, income, race, sex, and sexual preference or orientation. We seek to eliminate these attitudes. The statement of principles is more important than any other writings of the Community Festival.
It's Michael Duty, one of your favorite ComFest MCs. Well, hello. It's Michael Duty, one of your favorite ComFest MCs, humble as I am. And I want to tell you that we have a special artist that has made a song especially for ComFest. Well, hello. It's Michael Duty, one of your favorite ComFest MCs, humble as I am. And I want to tell you that we have a special artist that has made a song especially for ComFest, never before heard song. It's an offering from the true king of rock and roll in Columbus, Ohio. You know him, you loved him, you sweated dancing to him. I give you the one, the only, Willie fucking Phoenix! Let's get after it, Mr. Willie. What do you say? Ow!
Hey there, happy virtual ComFest, everybody. Happy virtual ComFest, Stephen. I'd like to do the sun. Happy virtual ComFest, Chuck. Hello! Thank you, yeah. I'm sure you're having a good time out there. Hey, pretty baby, see you dance so fine. Give me a little loving and some of your time. Hey, pretty baby, say you dance so sweet. The song in your voice knock me off my feet. You make my heart go blow, blow, blow. You make my heart go blow, blow, blow. You make my heart go blow, blow, blow. You make my heart go blow. The DJ says he knows your game. The way you dance is a crime shame. Come on, baby, now love me up. Your mama won't like me where I ain't life rough. You make my heart go blow, blow, blow. 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 Go, blow, blow, blow. Go, blow, blow, blow. time. Hey, pretty baby, see you dance so sweet. Song and your voice knock me off my feet. You make my heart go boom, boom, boom. 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 Make my heart go boom, boom, boom. Make my heart go boom, boom, boom. Thank you, good night.